Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Wednesday, April 15th. That is not right. I'm on the wrong date.
May 6th.
I thought I was time traveling. Y'all give me a minute.
I know what it is. Today's
May
agenda
6th. Yeah, I clicked on the wrong one.
Today's agenda is too long, so you want to go back to last week's
Yes,
agenda.
that would be good. No, I'm actually probably sidetracked by what's on my mind. As we're opening the meeting this morning, I would like for you to please stand for the invocation pledge. But before we do the invocation, we're going to observe a moment of silence for Mr. Jerome Collins and his family and his passing. And I thank everyone, most of the people in this room, for helping to try to diligently find him and bring some closure for this family. Thank you, each and every one, for every bit of effort you made. But again, when we stand, we're going to observe a moment of silence first, and then we have the invocation and pledge. Heavenly Father, we thank you today for this day you've given us. Thank you for each and every one that's here. God, thank you for this opportunity to handle the business of the people. Be with us today in our discussions, our deliberations. Help us to be wise and prudent, to do the very best we can with what we're given. Father, we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity. We thank you for this great place we call home. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Morone, is there anything that needs to be discussed before we approve the agenda? Any amendments today?
No changes on your end, Aaron?
Actually, I just have a request for 2 manual checks that we would need to add at the end of my report.
Okay. All right, so you want to add that to the agenda is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, other than what's been published, this is the only thing we're looking at amending on the agenda. Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve?
So move. Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, this time, Commissioner Crew, turn this over to you. We're looking at doing the recognition that you discussed with Mr. Morone for Chip Sanders. I turn it over to you, sir.
Mr. Sanders, can you come to the podium, please? Sit right there. In light of the tragic event that's taken place the last couple of weeks with Mr. Collins and his family, we had many people assisting our law enforcement. Our EOC has been in constant communication with law enforcement and myself. It was a very tough situation, but there is one person who always seemed to show up on scene and self-initiate when families of Franklin County need them and offer assistance. He's not on anyone's payroll. He don't do it for any notoriety. He do it because he loves his county and he cares for his people. And this is not the first incident that he showed up on. I think probably 2 decades ago, he assisted one of my family members on St. George Island. I like to think of him as the guardian of the Gulf. He's Franklin County's ram in the bush. I want to recognize this man for always being there for our county when we need him the most. And this man is Donald Chip Sanders. So thank you, Chip.
All right, good, right? There's a lot. Thank y'all, and I want to thank these guys. They put in a lot of effort, man, and, you know, I appreciate y'all letting me come alongside y'all and getting what we gotta do done. I know the public says what they have to say, but I'm right there with y'all, and everything y'all did was correct. And I want to make sure y'all know that, and I want to thank the sheriff for this awesome hat, for the rescue team. And, you know, let's just all stick together. And you know, when I do this stuff, it's all just instinct. As he was saying, a lot of people don't know I saved his mom and his dad 20 years ago when they were on a jet ski, and I was just a little 15-year-old. And they were one of my first rescues. And they were 10 times bigger than me at the time, and I was able to get them. So it's just always been my passion in my heart to make sure we can rescue people. I don't too much care for recovery because there's a lot of drama come with that, but we got to do what we got to do to bring ours home. So I appreciate you all and all you guys. Yep. I'm going home and eat breakfast. Good?
Yes. No, you can come up front.
David, you ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Should have come in a little bit sooner.
Good. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
I'm actually responding right now. Okay.
Also, a big shout out I want to give Chief J. Abbott, Mark Bell, and Steve Rash for them are the ones who trained me how to do this stuff.
Chip, go to the podium, please, so everybody can hear you.
I'm sorry,
You're
y'all.
good, you're good.
I forgot, but I definitely want to give a big shout out to Chief J. Abbott, Mark Vell, retired U.S. Coast Guard Master Chief, all my Coast Guard buddies that taught me a lot of stuff and my instincts that I know, and also Steve Rash for making sure I got a jet ski to do this stuff with. So, yeah, I don't want to leave those guys' names out. Very
No.
important.
Thank you.
All right.
So, I do want to add something, Chip, if that's okay.
Okay.
Just from life, we're reminded, and it is who I am, so I'm going to share what I know. From the pages of Scripture, we're reminded that our neighbor's not always who we want them to be, but our neighbor's that person in need, that person that we just happen to be in their vicinity and we can help provide that need. And that's what builds and makes community. And above and beyond everything that you've done or been involved in up to this point, like the commissioner said, you're not on a payroll, you're doing it because it's part of your community. You're showing yourself who your neighbors are.
Sir.
And that helps build community, and community, truly, we all live together. So thank you for everything you've done to express love and community, because we need more of that, not less. There are too many things today that people choose to divide over,
Yes, sir.
but we should all be able to unite over our community where we live.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good one. I'm going to eat breakfast.
Bring us some. We're gonna need it about lunch.
So our next this morning, we're doing, for the Sheriff's Department, we're having a recognition for Florida Corrections Employee Week and National Police Week.
Yep. They have 2 proclamations.
Yes.
Sir, and you have 2 different representatives reading
Okay.
those proclamations
All right,
from the Sheriff's Department.
sounds good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank y'all for the opportunity to be here. Franklin County Correctional Employees Week. Whereas maintaining safe communities and upholding the rule of law remain essential priorities for Franklin County, Florida. And whereas correctional deputies and correctional support staff serve a critical role in protecting public safety through the secure operation of detention facilities, supervision of incarcerated individuals, and support of successful rehabilitation and reentry efforts. And whereas correctional employees work in demanding and often challenging environments that require professionalism, integrity, accountability, and courage while ensuring the safety of fellow staff, inmates, and the community. And whereas the dedicated men and women serving within the Franklin County Sheriff's Office Corrections Facility contribute daily to maintaining order, promoting rehabilitation, reducing recidivism, and strengthening families and communities throughout Franklin County. And whereas correctional professionals demonstrate resilience, compassion, and unwavering commitment while performing duties that go unseen, yet remain vital to the justice system and community and safety. And whereas Correctional Employees Week provides an important opportunity for citizens, community leaders, local government to recognize and express appreciation for the service, sacrifice, and dedication of correctional employees. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Franklin County, Florida, do hereby recognize and proclaim the week of Sunday, May 3rd through Saturday, May 9th, 2026, as Franklin County Correctional Employees Week. In witness whereof, the Board of County Commissioners of Franklin County, Florida, has hereunto set their hands and seal the 6th day of May, year 2026.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Franklin County Law Enforcement Week. Whereas maintaining safe communities and protecting the constitutional rights of all citizens remain fundamental priorities for Franklin County, Florida. And whereas law enforcement professionals serve with honor and dedication to safeguard life and property, prevent crime, enforce laws, and maintain peace and order within our communities. And whereas the men and women of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office demonstrate professionalism, courage, and integrity while responding to emergencies, protecting vulnerable populations, and serving residents and visitors alike. And whereas Franklin County Law Enforcement Week honors those deputies and officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty and recognize the continued commitment of those who faithfully serve their communities each day. And whereas Franklin County Law Enforcement Week provides an opportunity for citizens, community leaders, and local government to express gratitude and appreciation for the service, sacrifice, and dedication of law enforcement professionals. Now, therefore, being it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Franklin County, Florida, do hereby recognize and proclaim the week of Monday, May 11th through Sunday, May 17th, 2026 as Franklin County Law Enforcement Week in Franklin County, Florida. In witness thereof, the Board of County Commissioners of the Franklin County, Florida has hereunto set their hands and sealed the 6th day of May in the year 2026.
All right, so I need a motion for both of these proclamations.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. We have a second by the other three. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record reflect that it is a unanimous vote. Yep.
That's weird. I know. No. Wow. I thought that's good. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I even realized it was.
And I can get my tall too, unless you're tall.
Stop, you stay further back, how about that?
And then if I have some shorter people, don't come through. It needs to be a short
On the ends.
I'm gonna have
On the ends.
stay right here. Martina. I'm gonna have you pull in this. We're gonna stay that here with you. And you're ready to go scooch over and stand up. Scooch over. Scooch over. I see the dentist now. I'm sorry, I'm gonna touch on real quick. I'm gonna step back. Step back. Step back. Step right here. You're gonna hold this right here. You're gonna put right here. I'm gonna step out and touch you. Right here. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Right there. Scooch, scooch, scooch. There you go. Good job. Y'all, my two right here. Look at yours. A little bit at the bottom. Thank you.
You don't mess around.
That's probably why their photos look better than ours.
I know, right? Okay. Now that I have y'all, scooch in. Act like you love you and love each other. You're gonna turn in. You can do right over left.
Okay, hold on.
You ready to be?
Wait,
Find a window. There you go.
wait.
Find a window. There you go. You gotta explain to us what find a window. Y'all are fine. You already have your faces shown.
We know what it is.
Hold it, hold it, hold it. Now look at my phone. Don't move.
Okay.
You don't mess around.
Nope. Okay, one more. Hold on. We got a good video. And y'all are good. Thank you. Good job.
Wait, walk in her number.
That's
what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Pretty direct, though, wasn't it?
I mean, there's a couple.
Oh, that was it. Christmas picture.
Hello. Right?
No, no. Oh my. Yeah, very strange.
I'll bring it to you.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Wait, no, y'all can't leave just yet. We have to say something.
Hello.
I was going to just bail. We gotta start putting. So, Mr. Chairman, while they're still here and before they leave, we shouldn't, in my opinion, there should be weeks to celebrate what you guys do. You should be celebrated every day. And I just want to extend my appreciation for everything that you all do for our community, for our county, keeping it safe. I know that you guys see some things that none of us could ever even imagine, both on the corrections and the law enforcement side. So from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you guys and everything that you do and your years of service to our county. So thank y'all.
Thank y'all very much. You guys, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes see the worst of us to help preserve the best of us. It does not go unnoticed. Thank you for everything you do. Any
Mr.
other
Chair?
commissioners? Yes.
The job is not easy, and, you know, oftentimes corrections get overlooked, but they are just important as our road deputies and our law enforcement. And like this past, you know, when we did on this tragic incident with Mr. Collins, you know, your law enforcement was working around the clock
Yes.
to find closure, to solve that case. And even yesterday, they worked tirelessly yesterday. And I'm so proud of our sheriff office and grateful for our sheriff office. You know, the sheriff has brought the bar up. He demands excellence, and this is one of the top sheriff offices. And I'm very grateful for your service and your service to Franklin County.
Anyone else?
Just one thing. We've had a lot of tragedy in this county for the past 3 or 4 weeks since Easter. But the people have pulled together, and there's a lot of hurting in this county. I know I, as a commissioner, all I can do is pray, but let me let you know something. The doors to heaven is open because God listens to prayers. And I'm like Commissioner Crooms and the rest of the commissioners up here. I have the Collins family on my heart. Pray for them every day. If anybody knew Mr. Jerome, he was just Mr. Jerome, you know what I mean? And then the 3 teenagers, you know, nobody knows what God's plan is, but God knows. And when you walk on faith, you know that God, this is part of that. But you all are being protected with a hedge around you. God has a hedge of protection around you because the people of Franklin County pray for you every day. And that's it, all law enforcement. But anyway, y'all make us proud. I don't care if you're corrections, law enforcement, whatever. It's all part of the game, ain't it? It's all part of what you've got to do. And I just thank y'all. I thank everybody. You know, Chip Sanders, East Point Fire Department, you know, all these people. And this is what I tell the commission a lot. The backbone of our community, the asset that we have in this community is our people. Our people. Because they love each other. They're in public service. Public service is part of what makes us who we are. And our greatest asset in Franklin County is the people. So, you know, that's the way I feel. But anyway, thank you for what you do. And I'm glad to call y'all my friend and family. Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll make mine quick. I know just about all of y'all personally, but I'm going to tell you, Chairman kind of alluded to it, we're a small community. So most of the calls you guys get, you know people. And I'm going to tell you, the way y'all handle it, I don't know if I could do that. Y'all handle everything with class, with respect to one another from the time somebody gets picked up, from the time they go to the jail and had to spend the night up there at the hotel. But I'm going to tell you, I don't know how you do it, and I appreciate y'all. And please keep up the good work because the community supports you 100%.
Thank y'all. All right. Up next is approval of minutes and paying the county bills.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Crew. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Moving now to public comment, I only have the one. Brian Callahan. Is that somebody here? Okay. Callahan, please come forward.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Brian Callahan. I'm a resident of the county. I do live right up the street from the airport. The reason I'm here today is to get answers to 3 or 4 specific questions that have been asked, but I'm not getting straightforward results from asking those questions.
You move the microphone up a little bit. We're trying to come hear you for some reason. You can move the mic up.
Okay.
You don't have to lean
All
over.
right. Yeah, so the reason I'm here today is to get answers to just a few questions regarding what's going on at the airport. I have asked these questions, but I have not been provided, straightforward answers.
Okay.
Steve has a copy of the questions so that he's prepared, so I don't blindside anyone. And hopefully, my intent was to speak just before Steve gives his update on airport operations and so forth, and then perhaps have an opportunity at the end of his presentation to ask the questions.
Okay.
If these 3 questions are not answered.
So if you're wanting to do that, we can wait and do that later in the meeting. I misread it and thought you wanted to speak during public comments, but you're good.
Understood.
Yes.
My hopes is that he answers the 3 questions.
That's fine.
All right. The 3 questions are, Number one, who
Well,
is,
hold on just a second.
Yep.
Let me clarify. We can do that, but if you want to do that, maybe you need to do it in that part of the meeting like you specified,
Uh-huh.
because we're not going to do questions now, as far as answering questions.
okay,
This is
I understand that-
That's my mistake. I called you up at the wrong time, is what I'm
okay.
saying.
Any preference, Steve?
I'm fine with
Yeah,
I'd be happy to answer your questions.
But
Yeah.
hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
First,
Yes.
please address the board.
Yes, sir.
You're up here for the board. You're not
I'm-
here for Steve.
Understood.
I called you at the wrong time. If
All
you have a
right.
general public comment, it's at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, this is
If
not
you
a
want to
general.
wait and speak on a particular agenda item,
Yep.
then I will call you back at that time.
Okay.
If that's okay.
We
Yes,
can
sir.
do that then.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Howard Neighbors had turned in his report, but it was all informational.
Yeah.
Same thing with Mr. Fonda Davis. I can't see Miss Daniels. Michael,
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Judge, she did not have a report.
Okay.
She said she'll have one
Right.
at the next meeting for you.
all right. Same thing with Mr. Polis for mosquito control, Ms. Roundtree for the library. All of those are just informational items only. Commissioners, if you have any questions, you can direct those to those appropriate people. But unless there's something y'all want to discuss, I'm just going to go ahead and move to the airport. That would be the next on the agenda, I believe. Do y'all have any questions? Y'all good with just going over the informational items like that?
We're good.
Good.
All right. Mr. Steve Kirschenbaum?
Steve Kirschenbaum, Airport Manager, Apalachicola. Any questions on my report at all?
I have no questions. Commissioners, do y'all have any questions? All right. You do have an action item, correct?
Yeah, just one action item. I have Maurice Clay on Zoom with us right now. He's the right-of-way acquisition administrator from FDOT, and we have something exciting for the county. Not only do we have Duke Energy staging at the airport in the event of a disaster, FDOT wants to stage their road clearing equipment at the airport, which would be an incredible benefit for the county because we would be the first to get cleared for them to get out of here. There's a spot at the end of runway 18 with access to Bluff Road that would be a perfect spot for them. What they're looking to do is put trailers for their people there to sleep and live for the duration of the event that they're clearing. Maurice is on the line, and if Michael, could you bring up that picture too?
Well, let me get.
And any questions you have, you can ask the gentleman, and
Okay.
what I'm asking is permission for the county to sign the agreement that was reviewed by legal. Maurice, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
The county commission would like to know exactly what you're proposing, and hopefully we'll get a good answer today for you.
I want to thank the county commission for the opportunity to meet with you all and speak to you. FDOT is needing 7 to 10 acres during weather events to house self-contained mobile units to house our workers during these events. Like Steve said, we'd like to put it in your community, and then it enhances your ability to be cleaned up first. Again, it's self-contained, just 7 to 10 acres, and depending on the weather event will be dependent upon how many units we put on the 7 to 10 acres. Again, it's just for our workers to sleep, and then they'll go out during the daytime and clear right of way for the community.
Okay.
Any specific questions?
Commissioners, you have any questions? So I do have one question. This is going to be like a memorandum of understanding you're wanting to do with the county?
It's a lease agreement.
Lease agreement, okay. And what are the terms as far as how many years?
I think it says 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
I apologize.
It's all good. I'm not,
But
me
it
and
is
my iPad are
specified
at odds
in the-
today, so.
It is specified in the agreement, the number of years,
Yes,
and then with the option to renew.
okay.
And, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
a question I have for Maurice. Are these units self-contained? What are you doing about wastewater, about electric, about clean water, and about
It's all
sanitation?
self-contained. So we wouldn't need anything from you.
All right, and the other thing is, for us, if it works with the county commission, I think that we should do this as a gift to FDOT. They give us probably $1.5 million, $2 million a year for District 3 for the airport, and I think this would be a good give back for FDOT. I don't think, there's no money involved in this, Maurice, is there?
Correct, no money involved.
Ms. Aaron, do you have a question?
I do. I see that you all need 5 to 7 acres. Is that already cleared?
Yes.
Okay.
What we would do is, for the duration of the event, and the airport board approved this, is close runway 18. And then there would be access to the end of runway 18, where we have paved surfaces, where we have cleared surfaces. There'd be quadruple the amount of property that they need. And it wouldn't interfere with airport operations during that time.
That was my question, Mr. Chairman, was, is this going to interfere with airport operations? Because I don't want to, I know when Michael hit, we were like the only airport where we received a lot of Duke staged there. We had a lot of people staging. We were the only airport really within so many miles where we were able to get air flights in and out for supply. So I don't want that to be impeded. Furthermore, I got a question. When was this added to our agenda, Michael?
See it.
Because this is the first I've heard of the action item. I look at my report.
It's at the bottom.
I know, I see it now,
Oh.
but when was it added to our report?
I don't know.
It was added last week, that what I should have done to my, Steve does his report opposite from everybody else. I just copied and pasted without realizing the action was last, where it should have been first. But it's
Okay.
been there from, it's kind of buried in his.
Because, yeah, I didn't
serious
see it. That's why I'm like, why are
informational
we
items.
doing action? I didn't know there were any action.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I, Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is a good thing to have at some point, because honestly, they had asked me about, FDOT did ask me about this back when they did the Ben Franklin, when they were here to install a statue, kind of let the ball fall on that one. I would not, I prefer not to get into what Steve said about the whole, grants that they give us. That's not the reason we're doing it. Let's kind of leave that out of the conversation. With a few things. Number one, I would, if the board is ready to approve this today, one, you have to let Attorney Schuler look it over, because a couple of things. We got to make sure it doesn't, in any way, there's any issues with Duke Energy's staging area that you've already agreed to. So we have to make sure they're two separate areas and they both could basically live together in the airport. We have to, like Steve said, realize that we will be closing one of our 3 runways, which I think is fine. I'm not sure if Duke has done that when they've been here. Possibility, I'm not sure. Been a while, thank God. And we want to make sure that we integrate our FBO into this project too. So any approval will be a contingent approval this morning on doing that. Again, I think it's a very good thing if we can work it out to get it done. The more I'm with Steve, the more people that are staging at the airport, the more helpful it is for Franklin County. But we got to make sure we can do this the right way.
Mr. Chair, also when Duke Energy staged, they staged on the ramp area of runway 624 where we have the air show. So that entire area was theirs. Runway 624 was open, runway 1432 was open, and Duke can stage simultaneously with FDOT, and they're separated by at least 1.5 miles, maybe 2 miles they're separated, and each would have their own entrance to the facility. So.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve this contingent on the attorney's review of the contract.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. We have made this contingent upon attorney review of this contract. I do think it's a good thing, because the problem in Florida is, in our section of Florida, how many times are we watching the weather during hurricane season And if something comes around the peninsula, the first word out of their mouth is Apalachicola. I mean, it's literally just like that.
Yeah, it
So
is.
it's not a matter if, it's when. Maybe we'll never need it, but, you know, it's better to be prepared. This is
Yep.
part of emergency preparedness, emergency response. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to have this partnership.
Well, Mr. Chair, the thing about it is, it might say Apalachicola, but by them being staged there, it's a wide, broad
Yes, it is.
net that it casts out. And I'm just glad that we have such an asset that can facilitate
Yes.
something like that for our neighbors as well,
It
so.
helped the whole region after
Exactly.
Hurricane Michael.
Yes,
It-
sure enough.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question though before
Yes.
we vote on the motion, if you
Okay.
don't mind. Do we need to make it contingent on checking with Duke Energy as well, making sure there's no interference with them, or? I know we're
Oh,
gonna.
that's going to be on part of the review.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, that'll be part of the review, because they have a designated area set up in their memorandum with us, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and I do, I agree with Mr. Kirschenbaum there. There's a
Yeah.
great distance separating
Yeah.
the two. I think the Duke Energy staging bridge is right there around the apron.
Yes.
To the western side of the airport, and this is on the eastern side.
The Far East, yes. Well, there's the picture right there. There's Bluff Road on the straightaway, and that's the area, and it's massive.
Okay. Yes.
I got one quick question, just because I'm curious, but what about their equipment? Where are they gonna stage equipment at?
Maurice, is the equipment going to be in the same area, I think?
No, we're just using it for housing, no equipment.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions before we vote or concerns? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is a 5-0 vote.
All right. Commissioners, as far as the 4 questions that Mr. Callahan has, I'd be more than happy to answer them, but I don't think this is a forum for a discussion.
So-
So I'll be happy to answer those questions.
That's fine. I was going to ask that question, and I'm not trying to not give Mr. Callahan an opportunity to present anything to the board, but I am understanding that maybe the questions he has about airport to airport stuff, we're not going to know the answers to. This
Right.
board's not, but that's fine.
Okay,
But
so I'm going
if-
to
But
step
if you're
back.
done, we'll give him his chance to present.
Okay.
Yeah, because it is public comment. Mr. Callahan?
Before I will double check the Duke Energy statement to make sure that they're separated.
Thanks.
Okay, good morning.
sir.
I'm Brian Callahan. I do live in Apalachicola, just up the street from the airport. I have, like I said earlier, a few questions that I want to put on the record, and well, I want the answers to be on the record, actually, as
Okay.
well. Question number 1, who is managing construction at the airport right now? Question number 2 is who holds the NPDES permit for the, it's an industrial permit. Who holds that permit for the airport? And are county employees familiar with the terms of that permit? And then number 3, are county permits required for airport construction? And are those permits, are essentially the NPDES and any county permits, are they available for review at the airport manager's office? And those are my questions.
All right, so do any of us know any answers to those questions?
Just go to save.
You're good, hold on just a second.
Yes. My
I mean, he
recommendation.
come to us, that's
Yeah,
why
so,
I'm,
I prefer, Steve, I understand you have answers, but I would prefer that Steve, and I know the one project where I think we're referring to is the cleaning of the runway. Nevertheless, I was like,
he said
Steve,
construction projects.
yeah,
I'm just going by what you said, sir.
yeah. See, I would prefer that Steve, the gentleman, maybe John Collins, and our, what's the name of Scott's company, Steve? I'm sorry, the environmental company?
Yes, Backroads Environmental is working on this.
I would prefer they have a sit-down and a discussion, and then we bring this back to the board for Steve's presentation of that.
I want the questions answered.
Because
If we can
I know you
answer.
want him answered, you want him answered to the best of the ability of all.
Yes.
I can, now, if you want to let Steve try and take a attempt at it now, fine, that's the board's.
I would rather know
that's your
that we're
discretion.
given a valid answer.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that Mr. Steve's not prepared, is not what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
I'm trying to say that we need, if the answer we're given, we need to know that is the answer. Let me put it that way.
yes.
Sometimes if we don't know, we don't know, and we need to find out. So I'm good with that.
I just think in this deal, more heads are better than just one.
Right.
That's, again, Steve, that's no, don't take a slight to that, that's not what I'm saying.
No, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I won't answer the questions, but I just want to give you a quick overview.
Okay.
And we could bring back, the NPDES permit isn't,
I think we should go with what Mr. Morales was suggesting, the chairman suggested. Let's
Yeah.
just leave it,
Steve says.
okay.
take a break, bring back the answers at the next meeting.
Okay.
Answering all of
We can do that.
What Steve says.
I'm not trying to not answer the questions, but I want to make sure it's an answer. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, again, that's not a slight to you, Steve.
All right,
Not
so
at all.
I'll do all the research and get AvCon involved in this, and we'll come back to
Yes.
the next meeting with
And
this.
Scott too, please, Steve. If, backward.
Yeah.
Environmental.
And back roads, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because we also want to know the answers to those questions. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
All right. Mr. Collins, is that okay with you?
Well, who's managing construction at the airport? I believe it's a reasonable question that could be answered today. I agree with council.
There is no construction currently happening at the airport.
Sorry?
There's nothing being built at the airport. There's no hangars being built. There's no construction happening at the airport.
Okay. The construction and maintenance project, which is ongoing at the airport right now,
Mhm.
NPDES would, I believe, refer to it as construction and maintenance. I am with you. I think it's a maintenance project.
Yes.
If it was licensed as a construction project, it brings up a whole nother
Yeah.
can
Yes.
of worms, if you
Right.
will, and requirements that would have to be met. But I do believe that my question, who is managing that project is ongoing right now, the runway cleaning, is a reasonable question, and that the airport manager should be able to answer that question in a straightforward manner. Is it the airport manager? Or is it the county resident engineer? Or does the county have a construction manager?
You know we can't hear this gentleman on this, where he's sitting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Picked up. And
Come up
Commissioner.
here and say
and-
that,
and-
please. I'm
as he's-
sorry. That's my bad.
And Mr. Chairman, as he's
Yes.
walking up there, that's why I would ask for a sit down and we end the discussion now. I understand what the gentleman is asking for, but I think I could tell you right now, standing here, he's saying construction, we're saying maintenance. We let the airport professionals, let them handle it, they can answer that question. Steve can get an answer to him as soon as possible and to the board.
Yes.
And let them have that discussion right now,
Okay.
so that there's nothing on the record said that will come from maybe, I hate the word unqualified, but you know what I'm trying to say, sir? You
No,
know?
we don't know the answers to that.
Yeah.
This board doesn't. I
So,
don't. I don't. So I know, like with other projects, not airport, other projects, it depends on what the project is and what's being done. Some of them are being managed by Dewberry Engineers. Some of them have CEI. It depends on what level of the project you're talking about, because different people manage different parts of it. So I don't know that anything at the airport's any different. You know what I mean? So that's what we're going to do. I think that's the best thing to do. Because we just want to make sure the answers we give you are valid answers, and they are the answers, and they're not going to change.
Okay.
Yep.
I would like to rephrase question number one.
Okay.
To include maintenance.
Okay,
All right.
that's fine. It's not a problem. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll have a report for you all for the next meeting, addressing all of his issues.
Yes.
With Backroads Environmental and AvCon,
That
and
works
I'll
good.
keep the county coordinator in the loop.
All right, that works good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
yeah.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next on the agenda, we are opening some bids, Ms. Aaron?
Yep.
It's an invitation to bid, correct?
It is, yep. Yep, yeah, today, Commissioners, we are opening construction bids for the D.W. Wilson Pickleball Courts project. This project is located at 100 Gibson Road in Apalachicola and consists of constructing 6 pickleball courts, 3 shaded pavilions with benches, fencing, and a stormwater pond. Approximately 13 contractors attended the mandatory pre-bid meeting. And once the bids are open, the board will make a motion to release the bids back to the project engineers Dewberry and Associates for their review and recommendation.
I feel like freaking Christmas.
Where's your scissors? I got the knife.
Letter opener.
I'm sorry, letter opener.
Executive letter opener.
Executive letter opener. I stand
Don't get that
corrected.
man in trouble.
I'm sorry? Oh, I got it.
I think I seen Darlene's head peek around.
For real. Somebody said nine.
Monica doesn't let me tell you.
Okay, Commissioners, the first bid open today is actually from BCL Civil Contractors. And BCL is located in Panama City, Florida. The total base bid is $425,395.83. $425,395.83, and their bid bond is included. This next one is from Premier Athletic Surfaces. And Premier Athletic Surfaces is located in, let's see here, I believe Tallahassee. I don't see that notated on here. Okay, Premier Athletic Surfaces, they did actually include a cashier's check in lieu of a bid bond. And let's see, their total base bid amount is $786,467. $786,467. Okay, this next one is from F&F Construction Incorporated. Again, F&F Construction Incorporated, located in Port St. Joe, Florida. Total base bid, $500,000. Total base bid, $500,000. And let's see, they are...
I think that's a first.
Yeah.
I've never
The
seen this
even.
be even money before.
Yeah.
Like 17 cents.
Yeah, something, yeah.
Yeah, and their bid bond is included.
Okay.
Okay, this next one is from Pillar Perfect Construction, located in Carabel, Florida. Pillar Perfect Construction in Carabel, Florida. And their bid bond is included. Okay, total base bid is $524,410.65. $524,410.65.
Okay. And who's going to be doing reviewing this, Ms. Aaron?
Dewberry and Associates.
I make a motion that we turn this over to Dewberry Engineers and let them come back to us with a recommendation.
Second.
So we have a motion to turn this over to Dewberry for review, to come back with a recommendation to the board by Commissioner Sanders. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion, Commissioners, before we vote?
Mr. Chairman, I got a question, but it's not pertaining to the motion.
Okay.
I'll just wait till after we vote.
Okay. Any questions or discussion about the motion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Question. A couple weeks ago, I went over to Carabel and played pickleball. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm a natural athlete. I'm good at it. First time I ever played, but I got looking at that. Was that the old tennis court?
It was.
Was that a double court or a single court?
Double court.
It was a double tennis court? Okay.
Yep.
I was just trying to get an idea because obviously the court's smaller for pickleball, and I was trying to figure out. But it's
Nice.
yeah.
And that's what I hope to be there, because what the difference was when they built them, they didn't put like for the concrete, they didn't put, like rebar and all that down there, they put cable and twisted the cable. I had never saw that done before,
Yeah.
but they said it gives it springiness in it.
It does, yep.
Everybody
Easy
that
on the
plays on
knees.
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
But-
everybody that plays on it says it's excellent.
It is. I mean, Rich, I don't have anything to compare it to, but I'm just, you know,
But they got one in St. John's Bay, you check it out.
well,
They do.
I'm hitting a golf ball, I'll go over there, but not very good, but I'm gonna try to
You and
hit
me
it. But no, I just, you know, my 10-year-old, they had a pickleball tournament at the charter school, so he was wanting to
Yeah.
prepare for it, and we drove over there, and he cried all the way back because Daddy smoked. I didn't- My wife the whole time, she's like, let that baby win, let him win. I'm like,
Let
"No."
them win a little bit.
But no, and I have received numerous emails, and a few phone calls and texts and all that about, they're excited for getting it in the area. So obviously it's
Yeah.
I can kind of see the attraction to it. Like I said, I mean, that was my first time ever doing it, and it was fun.
Well, and I was talking to Michael and Aaron about it. I said, you don't never know, we may get a county pickleball team or something.
I'll be the captain.
The ESPN, we'll be on ESPN.
Because I mean,
Where's it
I mean,
at?
It's right, it's in the, when you come into Kendrick Park, it's right there on
By
the
the
other side of the
basketball court.
playground where the basketball court.
to your right,
Gotcha.
Yeah,
to your right.
it's nice, very nice. I'm excited.
Good.
I can't wait to get there.
Aaron, Commissioner Sanders had asked, what company did the one on St. George Island?
Premier Surfacing actually did St. George and also the Kendrick.
There you go.
And I'm gonna tell you,
They didn't.
nothing but compliments from all of them.
All right. So Ms. Herron, we're up to you.
Okay.
So your report.
All right, Commissioners, I am actually going to, I would like to wait and do action items 8 through 11 after Christian and Louis get up, or we can, I guess, I can do them at the very end of mine before Louis and Christian, whichever is easiest.
Whichever works is fine, but yeah, I do agree to do those
Okay,
separate from the
okay.
others.
Okay,
So
got-
Commissioners of 1 through 7, are there any that y'all want to pull to discuss independently, or do you want to do them as consent?
I'm okay with consent.
Fine, the only one I had was 10 and 11.
Okay,
Yeah, I was wanting
all
to
right.
bring
So,
the EMS out. We're gonna do that anyway. so
all
we're
right.
good.
So, pleasure of the board on a motion to approve items 1 through 7 on Ms. Griffin's report as consent.
So moved.
I second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom. It's been seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, if you want to go ahead and do yours, and then we'll go to their report. If
Okay.
you want to do it after,
Okay.
you tell us.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I'll go ahead and cover the, or actually, I need to add 2 late items. I do need to request for manual checks to be issued by the clerk's finance office for the inmate medical insurance premium. The renewal has not come in yet, but we do have to pay that before the next county commission meeting. And that premium is typically $3,000 to $4,000 per month based upon occupancy at the jail. And that would be made payable to King Insurance. And then also, one of the other action items that were just approved was the emergency repair of one of the jail AC units for Thompson Air Conditioning.
Yes.
So it would be the check for them for that replacement of that unit as well.
Okay. So those were late add items. Before we take any motion or vote on that, I would call for public comment. If anyone wants to comment about it, it was not on our published agenda. So if you want to comment, now's the time to do so. You do not have to have a speaker card filled out for this. It was not on the agenda. Mr. Morone, see if anyone attending via Zoom wishes to comment.
Everyone attending on Zoom, the chairman has asked if you'd like to comment on this particular item, the manual checks that Mrs. Griffith referred to before they take board action, indicate by raising your hand. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have passed public comment on this items that was added to the agenda that was not published. What is the pleasure of the board for these items?
So moved. Do we need separate motions, or?
No, there should be one, right, because it's just checks, correct?
Yeah.
One's enough.
Yeah.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the writing of these manual checks by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, anything else, Ms. Griffin?
Just board information, the FERDAP Island View Park project is out again for bids. The mandatory pre-bid meeting will be held on May 14th at 10 a.m., and the bids will be opened at the June 3rd meeting. The Margaret Key Library parking area, that project is also currently out for bid. The bids will be opened at the May 20th meeting for that project, and we are also awaiting road paving estimates from Roberts & Roberts for Miller and Jubilee Streets in Lanark, and the Courthouse Annex parking area resurfacing in Carabel. And
Mr. Chairman. Miller and Jubilee, that right-of-way is more than 35 foot, 40 foot. It's about 60 to 100 because it's wide back in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, the man that's just bought the old junior food store out there and put the boats out there, he uses that right-of-way behind the store there and on the side. So I'm gonna try to go by and talk to him.
Okay.
And I went by one day last week, he wasn't in. But anyway, and see if we can get him, because he's got all this stuff parked down there.
Oh, okay.
So you wouldn't be able to pay it when
Okay,
he's parked in there. The other thing, the Carabel Annex. Now, Carabel Annex, that's concrete up in there.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's cracked. I Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I asked Aaron last week about this. It's
cracked very badly.
Okay.
And I don't know if the clerk can attest to it. It definitely needs something done because there's roots, it's a mess. And
Okay.
as I've said before many times, I feel like that our county offices is a reflection of us as a county and that, they need to have a certain aesthetic look to them.
Okay.
And we fixed that annex up. I just think that we need to, if we can, try to get the parking lot, resurfaced or redone in some way.
Okay, yeah,
So-
if Roberts & Roberts has no solutions, then we'll actually work on the
Yeah.
concrete.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
the concrete personally.
Okay.
I like it, but it's got a lot of cracks in it. And if you do put asphalt over those cracks, it'll pop that asphalt up in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want it done right, obviously. I know, I have budgetary constraints too, but,
Yeah.
however it could be done, I'm
Okay.
okay with. I just want it to look good.
Okay.
And to obviously be in good shape and not have to recircle back and redo it another couple of years. I want it done right.
See, the whole front and the whole back and the side is nothing but concrete. You might want to get a hold of one of our concrete people.
Yes.
And see what kind of an
Okay.
estimate they would give you, just so we can kind of put concrete. And if we decide we don't want concrete, want asphalt, we need to take that up.
And I
Need to
can-
take it up.
Mr. Chairman, I can do that with my road paving funds, correct?
If it's concrete, they're gonna have to take the concrete up, re-pour. You won't be able to pour over it. My question is it just surface cracks and then water erosion, or do we have a root issue?
It's
I
white.
think it's both. It's a combination of everything, really. I don't know when the last time it was done, but it's in bad shape.
Probably when it was constructed.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
which has been a minute.
which it needs it needs
That's
to
a
be
big oak tree.
redone, but let's do it right and then we won't have to worry about it again.
Yeah, it might require going a little bit deeper to get a better outcome. Just is what it is. Anyone else? Ms. Aaron, I do have a question. Do you know about when they're supposed to start doing any road paving on the stormwater project on the island?
Yes, actually, they were working on a few more of the inlets. I think they had to maybe order a new inlet and get a couple of them lowered.
Yes.
And so he thought that by the end of the month, we should see a lot of pavement start showing
I
up.
noticed the other day down by Patty's, close to Patty's, where I think it's Third that comes in there. Yeah, that inlet's got to come down.
Yeah.
When it was raining,
Yeah.
there was water down there. So
Yeah.
that inlet definitely is not working. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to hear that, and I wanted the public to hear that because of one, it's going to be done, and kind of let them know what the timeline is as well. So it is later in the year than we wanted it to be, but I will remind everyone that we actually held off the project and waited till later to start because of some of the requests from the business owners on the island.
That's correct.
So it just takes as long as it takes, but thank you for that.
And also some of the inlets as well, they'll actually be cutting side slots in.
Yes.
So, those that actually are not in the roadway surfaces, that's something that, people will see after the fact where there's actually a side slot, where water is not only coming in from the top, but also from the side.
And that will be very helpful.
Yeah.
So hopefully at the end of all of it, I'm not saying we won't still have any water from third to third, but it shouldn't stay there all day.
Yeah. And actually, with the little bit of rain that we got over the weekend, the ponds actually worked wonderfully.
Yeah.
I
So
was
that was
thankful for
good.
that rain.
Yeah. Yes, we needed to.
And water didn't sit in front of Mango Mike's at that point.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, that was a
Stay
good,
there very long.
good thing.
Real good.
All right. Anything else for Miss Erin before we move on to?
Yeah, I got one thing.
All right.
Look at my note right here. Aaron, where are we at on having a discussion about the whole healthcare insurance?
Actually, we need to set something up with Debbie.
Debbie,
Yeah.
yes.
Who's Debbie?
Deborah
our rep.
Sisk with CHP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Reach back up.
Mhm.
Reach back up.
Yeah.
Set a date.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Aaron. Aaron, have you heard from Mr. White about the spot on Prado, Brownsville, those areas? I know he told me that he had some stuff scheduled. I
Yeah.
just wanted to, again, bring it up publicly. That way people know we are working on it.
Yeah, yep.
But-
It is in his queue.
Yeah.
I think he just kind of has a convergence of things going on right now.
Okay. I just didn't know if by chance y'all had had any conversation. I haven't had one with him.
No,
I can
I
always
have
reach out,
not.
but I wanted to ask you
Yeah.
publicly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Just so
will
everybody-
now.
Just so everybody knows that we are working on it.
She's learning it.
Mr. Chairman, I've got something for Aaron, too. And
Okay.
Aaron, if you can't answer this, you don't know the
Okay.
answer, that's okay. I don't want
Okay.
to put you on the spot. I guess there was a message board that we use for, advertisements of things that was damaged. And the insurance company, the person that ran into it was supposed to send a check to fix it or to purchase another one. Do you recall that?
Would that have been like the sheriff's department message board?
Yes.
Okay, I believe the insurance actually settled that. 'cause
Okay.
I think I forwarded a check. I'll check on that.
Okay, because I didn't know if it was coming through you or Ginger at the Sheriff's Office
Yeah.
or how that was going to work.
Yeah, it would have come through the league, and then they typically would pursue the other person's insurance for reimbursements.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll check on that one.
Okay, thanks.
So, Miss Erin, since you're going to check on, let me ask you a question to go along with it. Could you also, if you find out if they did issue a check, find out if the sheriff's offices use those funds to purchase another message
Okay,
board?
okay.
Because that's what it should be for.
Will
If
do.
we're missing a message board,
Yeah.
we need another one.
Thanks,
so.
thanks, Chairman. Yep.
All right. Let's go on to the next phase. Do you want to do the presentation first, or you want to just do your items first?
Yeah, let them go first again.
Mr. Louis? Mr. Graham? Y'all come forward, please. Come on down, the price is right.
Might be late, but it's right.
Good morning. Today I got Christian Graham with me, the new EMS director for the county. I've known him for a long time, I think over 10 years for sure. I've worked with him as a partner. We've worked in some of the same services. He has multiple degrees, certifications, including critical care. He's worked for multiple flight services. He comes with a wealth of knowledge, and he's really proven in this past month why we made the right decision. He has a lot of experience with community outreach and PR, which is really big here in Franklin, and we need to continue that like we started years ago. Over 10 years ago, there was an issue with EMS, and we worked as a community with the support of the commission, and we became a premier service in the region. Mr. Graham is going to take this to the next level. With some of his certifications in training and his experience in training, we're going to have some of the best providers in the region, and recruiting is going to go through the roof, and we're already seeing that in a lot of areas. A lot of outside applications and high quality and high people that we are really happy to have are coming on board. So without further ado, this is Christian Graham.
Hey, Commissioners. First of all, thank you guys for the opportunity to come here and lead EMS here in Franklin County. I really appreciate it, and I'm definitely looking forward to this endeavor. I will reiterate what Louis said. I feel like we are definitely on our way to becoming one of the top rural services in the state, and that is ultimately my goal, is to see if we can't become the top rural service in the state. And with that, we are on track to continue to make this transition happen come June 1st. A little update on the hiring. So we are 100% staff when it comes to our EMS captains positions, our 100% staff when it comes to our EMS paramedics. We have hired all of our full-time positions for that. And for our EMTs, we've hired 8 of our 9 positions. The last one, I'm waiting on his official acceptance for him to email me back, but he has verbally confirmed to me that he is going to accept that full-time position. So as soon as I get that official confirmation from him, we will be 100% staffed from the full-time perspective of EMTs. We've also gotten 4 PRN or as-needed EMTs and paramedics on board to help fill some of those if we have, whether we have call-outs or people take time off, et cetera, to help fill those positions so we stay staffed and ready to serve. With that, again, I want to obviously thank you guys for this opportunity, and I'm very excited to take on this endeavor and build this service. But I don't want to leave out anybody. I want to thank Louis. He has been a tremendous help in getting this going over the last 30 days, with a little less than 30 days to go before we make this transition go into effect. I definitely could not have done it on my own, and he's been an integral part of that. And I would also like to thank Miss Erin and Michael as well. They've been tremendous resources and help trying to get all this put together. And lastly, again, thank you all for taking on this for this community and allowing us to build a county service here. It's going to definitely be a fantastic endeavor for the county. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Anyone have any questions?
Just one thing, Mr. Chair. So I know you're still working on your assessments with EMS. What do you see a priority of what you'll be coming before us with, like a top priority?
Yeah, so I think that at first is getting in and getting everybody together, and of course building that culture for the county and stuff like that. I know we've kind of talked about, we have obviously a new ambulance slated to come at the end of the year, which is definitely going to help. I know we have a few backup ambulance, reserve ambulances that are pretty high in mileage that are there. Obviously, this one that's coming is definitely going to help that significantly. But I do think that in the future, we definitely need to be looking at how we're going to continue to replace that older side of the fleet.
Gotcha.
Especially with the fact that it takes so long once you order them to actually get them. It's not just like like if you want to go today and get a Chevy truck, you go to the dealer and get it. It don't happen that way with these vehicles.
Correct. The ambulances are about 8 months to a year.
Yep.
Yes, it's
out.
a long time.
16, 18, yeah. So it's definitely, order and wait. Hurry up and wait for it. So it's definitely a big task to take on and obviously plan for. So
I'll say this, I had Aaron to print me off all the applicants, like 13 to 14. I went through each one of them, and you did stand out when I went through yours. I went through independently, not telling nobody, like picking my tops. But I liked it, your resume, your background, certifications. I think we are heading in the right direction. So,
well, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question. Again, welcome. I do want to, when you get settled in, reach out to me and I'll sit down and talk. But just a quick question, and I asked you before the meeting, how many are you seeing, like a mass exodus of people leaving because the county's taking it over, or is it you've got the same people that are wanting to stay on, that are going through the rehiring process and such?
Yeah, so we're seeing pretty much everyone come over. Out of the current full-time staff, we've had one that has decided to go PRN. they're not from here, they travel and they've had an opportunity to go back to where they currently live, but still want to stay on here. But, you know, like I said before, we're virtually at this point 100% staffed with our full-time, and everybody seems very excited about the opportunity to work in the county service. I've heard nothing but positive feedback from everybody that has interviewed and we've extended offers to about how excited they are to take on this new service and help build the service. I think everybody's very excited about starting that and building a brand new service and starting from the foundation. So I've had very positive feedback.
Sounds good. Anyone else?
Commissioner Ward pretty much hit my question.
There you go. So it's not really a question, but just an observation. So I do like that one of the words that you said was culture. I'm not saying we've had a bad culture. I'm just saying when you create culture, right, in your work environment. That's part of the job, especially if in your position, you're going to be managing all these people are going to report to you ultimately. So the culture you create is going to help and it's going to affect the residents. And so I'm thankful to hear that, because if you just let culture be whatever it is, then it'll be whatever it is. You know what I mean? And there'll constantly be a back and forth or whatever. But it's like I was telling somebody this morning at work, I said, look, here's the thing. You can't truly, and this is just a personal reflection, you can't truly have authority over anybody unless you know what it's like to be under authority. And that's the only way it works. It doesn't, there is no authority vacuum, right? I'm here and everybody else is here. So knowing that there's a intentional focus to establish not only the service we're trying to do, but the culture of that service, I think is very positive. And I just wanted you to know that I caught that when you were saying it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Culture is definitely you got to have culture to build a leading service. So.
You do. Because at the end of the day, you're going to spend more time around those people than you probably are your family.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you do. All right. Well, thank you. Ms. Aaron, you want to take up some of your stuff while Mr. Christian's
Yeah,
here?
will do. All right, Commissioners, I'm going to do action item number 8 on my report, and this is the draft time, attendance, and leave policy. The Franklin County EMS Department will operate under a separate set of personnel and operating rules than other county departments. The EMS Department will be comprised of hourly shift employees whose payroll processing will be based upon a weekly cycle with 48 hours on and 96 hours off. The shift employees will follow a separate calendar as far as holidays observed and leave accruals. And the attached draft time, attendance, and leave policy was modeled after the existing EMS policies from Wakulla County and Weems. Payroll implementation will also be worked out with the clerk's finance office to be sure that it can conform with their existing payroll procedures. Board action to send the attached draft policy on to Labor Attorney Trevor Carson and the County Auditors Langton and Associates for review and policy recommendations.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Croom. Question, Ms. Aaron. Just to verify, so it's 48, 2 on, 3 off, basically.
That's going to be a question.
So
Right.
2 on, 4 off.
4 off, okay.
48 hours on, and they have 96 hours off.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then the next, but it's still going to be, and then it'll be 2 and 4, 2 and 4.
Correct. So one shift will work 48. When
Right.
they are getting off, the next shift will come in for 48. When they're getting off, the third shift will come in for 48, and then the cycle restarts.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So we have 3 basically full-time shifts. So
That
we're on
works.
24/7.
I just wanted to make sure, because I know, I think like the sheriff's office, they get 2 on, 3 off, 3 on, 2 off. You know what I mean? So I'm just
Yes, sir.
wanted to 100% know what we were looking at.
Right,
That's
yes,
why I
sir.
was asking.
And Mr. Chairman, I also, in the policy, as I was reading it, because my thing is, I want to make sure we're, with the minimum staff, an ALS truck, because a lot of people don't realize
Yes.
if you have, ALS truck, or BLS truck, you can't really transport critical patients out of the county. So we want to make sure that that's the minimum staffing, and it is noted in that policy. So
Yes.
I wanted to make sure that was in there, and it is. So thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other questions or discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, what's item B you need?
Okay, as part of the separate operating rules for EMS, attached is the draft staffing and minimum coverage policy. This policy establishes minimum and full staffing levels for Franklin County EMS field operations. Consistent staffing is critical to maintaining safe, reliable emergency medical services for the communities served throughout Franklin County. This policy further sets expectations for voluntary overtime usage and supervisor leave to always ensure appropriate coverage. Action item B, board action to send the attached draft policy onto the labor attorney Trevor Carson and the county auditors Langton and Associates for review and policy recommendations.
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Is there any discussion, Commissioners?
I do. What kind of overtime controls are going to be in place?
So that is definitely part of the minimum staffing policy that's in place to try and make sure that we're being very diligent in the overtime that is being paid out with it. Obviously, with 48-hour shifts, there will be built-in overtime just by nature of the job. But when it comes to offered overtime over and above that, that is one of the things in the minimum staffing policy that is addressed, is to make sure that we're being diligent in doing that.
Any questions? So to tag along with that, let me ask this. So is it going to be, in that policy, is it going to be where if you have to have overtime or somebody's not able to be there so are we going with the PRNs first?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And we're hoping to obviously, gain more PRN staff to help our pool. But it would first go to PRNs and see if any of those could pick up, and hopefully they've picked up the shift prior because somebody's scheduled off. But PRNs would be up first and taking those open positions.
All right. Any other questions or discussion before we vote?
I got one. I didn't have much on this one, but I seen some of the approvals require, let's say, EMS director and or designee. Who would be designee?
So at this point, it would be myself. Obviously, would be first, and if we were need to, we would either go to the board or the commissioner. Yep.
Sorry.
No, you're.
So the language designee is put into a lot of these. So if a Christian goes on vacation, say he goes to Jamaica, he's going to have somebody that's going to, one of his captains more than likely, that's going to stand in his place. So we want to have language in there to cover those type of situations.
All right, that's what I was wondering, if it was the captain.
It
would be a captain that basically I would appoint as who would be filling in for me if I was.
I got you.
At a point where I was unreachable for whatever reason.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? We did have a first and a second, correct? We're just waiting to vote. Okay. Seeing no more discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron?
All right, Commissioners, action item number 9, county staff recommend allowing current EMS employees of Weems Memorial who are hired by Franklin EMS to bring up to 160 hours of vacation leave and up to 320 hours of accumulated sick leave during this transitional period if requested by the employee. Board action to authorize the acceptance of leave balances above from Weems Memorial Hospital for existing EMS employees who are hired by the county, and that would be fully documented by their payroll department.
Okay. I have a question before we make a motion to vote on this. So, is it in this policy, is it a use it or lose it? At the end of the year, if they don't use vacation time, do they lose vacation time?
There is, yep.
Okay.
There is, that is in the policy.
Okay.
Let's all give county staff.
Yeah, I'm just making sure it's going to be consistent, that's all.
Yep.
That's all I'm asking. Okay.
That was my question too, Chairman, thanks.
All right. Pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Sarah?
Okay, next action item number 10, EMS Director Christian Graham and EMS Consultant Richard Lewis are recommending approval of vendor Digitech Computer LLC for the EMS billing service. This vendor is one of the leading EMS billing service providers and is well known in Florida as well as nationwide. The county's procurement policy allows for the county to piggyback from other public solicitations so long as sufficient supporting documentation is provided for that procurement, their response, contract terms, and confirmation of satisfactory performance. The attached awarded RFP with the City of Fernandina Beach stipulates the following fees to be paid to the vendor for billing services. A billing fee equal to 4.95% of net monthly non-Medicaid EMS billing collections, a Medicaid flat fee of $10 per transport, plus a HIPAA notice fee of $2 per transport, subject to a monthly minimum fee of $5,000, which will be charged for any month where the fees total less than $5,000. The company's website does have links to several video testimonials from existing clients for reference, and the RFP response included a map of other Florida communities utilizing the service. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached contract based upon the piggyback pricing with the City of Fernandina Beach's contract, and it has already been reviewed and approved by County Attorney Michael Schuler.
Mr. Chair, I got a question
Yes.
about this.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my biggest concern when I was going through this, I didn't see no performance agreements in this contract. It's in essence, we're paying a percentage of collections, but there's nothing requiring the vendor to actually maximize those collections. Okay. So we're paying $5,000 monthly, correct?
That's the
Regardless of call volumes?
Correct.
Okay. You know, for a smaller agency, smaller system, we can be overpaying and during our slower months.
Yeah, so no, you are 100% right, but when you look at the averages over the last 10 years, that's going to be a rare case that happens. For the first couple of months when we start this, there will be a slow incline. So the first few months we will be overpaying because when we bill for something, it can take up to 6 weeks before we get a return, before we start getting income from that billing period. And then we'll see a big spike when we start catching up, and then it'll start leveling off. And when you look at, this is something that I've had to work a lot with, when you look at the billing, we want to look at our average collections per transport, and those are going to be metrics that we hold them to. And part of what we're going to have to do, and part of what I'm going to be working with Christian with, is how to hold their feet to the fire. And if we don't hold their feet to the fire, then they will do the bare minimum. And
that's that was my concern, is the benchmarks.
Yeah, I've worked with 3 different billing services now, and I have noticed that we have to stay on them.
Okay.
But we set clear expectations. That's what I've done in Wakulla. But this is how much we expect to collect, and they do end up meeting that.
Okay.
So that's going to be like on us to make sure that they perform the way they should.
One other thing that I had is, I see there was a 30-day termination clause in there.
Yes.
I would rather 60 to 90 days because we're dealing with billing, and if something go wrong, we'll need that transition time when it comes to billing.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any way we can check and see if they can do a 60 to 90 day at least for us?
I know they can, but would it do anything with the piggyback? Would that mess up how we?
I'll need to look at that, Commissioner Kern. Because when we piggyback, we typically just have to accept the contract as it was already approved by the other governmental agency, but I will double check that.
Because if something happened, that doesn't give us enough time to transition. 30 days, we're dealing with all, everything that's involved in billing,
Right.
So,
No, good point.
those were the only 2 things that I
So-
highlighted on my.
I want to make sure I'm understanding what we're doing, and I'm fine with it, but I just want to make sure I understand. So I know it's got the breakdown of what they're charging and for this, for that, and the other, but it appears to me that in the final outcome, if all that adds up to less than $5,000, we're still paying $5,000.
Correct. And
Okay, I want to make sure that's what I was understanding, because that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not opposed to it at all,
No, no.
but I just want to make sure we tighten up this agreement, to protect the county's revenue.
I agree 100%.
And wait, Schuler, could that be done as like a contract amendment, or
That's what I was thinking.
maybe a contract amendment?
I'll look at it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. After we execute the original contract.
There you go.
Junior attorney here.
Sorry. Just trying to move things along.
So did we already have a motion and second on this?
No, we did
Okay.
not on it.
So what's the pleasure of the board?
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Croom has made a motion. It's been seconded by Commissioner Amison to approve this piggybacking of City of Fernandina Beach's contract with this vendor, Digitech Computer LLC. Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Aaron?
All right, Commissioners, this is the last EMS item. I know we're handling a lot of contracts today. Attached is the existing lease agreement between Weems Memorial Hospital and Sellers Tile Distributors for the East Point EMS station located in Suite C at 171 US Highway 98 in East Point. The monthly lease is $1,500 per month for a 3-year term and is in effect until November 30th, 2027. Franklin EMS will assume this existing lease effective June 1st, and board action to approve and authorize the chairman's signature on a lease assumption agreement once drafted by the county attorney.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Do we have any discussion, Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I got something on this.
All
There's a
right.
lot of contracts I had to read through, by the way, Aaron.
It is.
On your report.
Part of
It
it.
took me a while.
She had to get all that ready for it.
We've been moving. I didn't see any kind of termination clause on here. Was that intentional?
It's a 3-year.
I have not looked at the lease yet. I have it printed and it's sitting on my keyboard at the office. but I
It's
haven't
already
read it.
scheduled to end in 3 years, isn't it?
Well, that's what the narrative
Or
said. yes.
on 2027, next year, actually.
Yeah, as far as an early out, I am not sure on that, but the action item is subject to my Attorney Schuler's review.
Yes.
Page 5, section 21, that's one of my bigger concerns. It talked about the landlord and the lien information. So on here it says, landlord gets a lien on all tenant properties and can seize and sell EMS equipment if default occurs. Maybe that won't happen, but that includes like our medical equipment, radios, and everything on there.
If that happens, we got bigger problems.
Yeah.
If we default on $1,500 a month, we got bigger problems.
But I just found it odd that it was in there. It's my issue. My recommendation is I wanted to carve that out, exclude the government equipment and emergency equipment. That's what I want to do on that.
Okay. As I
Okay.
said, I've printed it, I haven't read it, but I will take note of both of your comments, Commissioner Croom.
And the last was page 2, section 5. Use of premise. It says paramedics on there. And probably need to say EMS services instead of just saying paramedics.
Commissioner Croom, on the early termination provision that you're discussing, is that also like a 90-day, what are you thinking,
I
Commissioner?
mean, if it says, the chair said something about it, and that was the.
According to Ms. Aaron's report, it's effective until November 30th, 2027. So we're already in the middle of that
Yes.
lease agreement. We're just changing it from Weems to us, is what I understood.
We're not really negotiating the contract, we're just
No.
assuming the
We will be
contract
in
is already
27, but
agreed.
we're not right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how I
So-
thought
and,
about it too.
Mr. Chair, a lot of what Commissioner Croom, I started to say a lot.
I heard you. It's all good.
Oh, goodness. But a lot of that would be in the renegotiation process, because we're just assuming this. You know, if we don't assume it and we try to do it now, then we lose the suite or lose it. So I'm just,
Creates a whole nother problem.
I mean, you got great points.
Gotcha.
But we're kind of in the middle of the ball.
Yeah,
game,
I
you
know, but listen, I'm sure you do too, but I deal with so many contracts,
Yeah.
got over one time, so that's why I make sure
understand.
I look at contracts.
I understand.
Because it will not happen again on my watch.
Fair enough.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, my instructions are just to do a straight lease assumption of the
Yes.
terms as they are, and
Yes.
then when it comes time for renewal, there'll be a further negotiation between the board and the land. Okay.
That's what I heard, yes, sir.
Just make sure you
Me too,
keep
I just
those
wanted to
notes.
Yeah.
Make sure you keep your notes.
We're gonna fall back on them minutes.
We did have a
For the minutes.
motion and second already, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I do not have a motion.
I made the motion, Commissioner Sanders
Yes,
second.
made the second, yes. All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, Ms. Aaron?
That's it.
We were rolling, I mean, we keep going. That's all good. You know, I will say this before we transition into something else. Yeah, this is different, we've never really kind of been here before, but I'm thinking it's gonna be a lot better. We're gonna find out a couple of things. We're gonna know for sure that the numbers we look at going forward, once we separate this with Weems, are Weems numbers. They're not intermingled or commingled with EMS stuff. You know, I do think it's gonna be better, that we're gonna have a more streamlined approach. I do think that, and I'm glad to understand that the board feels the same way, that we are definitely gonna, our goal is to always have 3 ALS ambulances, because we're such a wide county. And we're not deep, about 2.5 miles deep, but we're 70 miles wide, so it's a lot of area to cover. It's long runs, plus where we have to take people to. But all these are necessary, important steps that are part of that, and we'll put our best foot forward and see where it goes. And we do thank you for being here today, sir. It was good to meet you.
Yeah,
Finally.
you too. Thank you all so much. I think we're on the right path
Yes.
to going to the top, so.
Yes.
So it's a lot at once, and it's a lot to cram in these, in this transition period, but I think we're gonna get rolling, and once we get rolling, we'll be cruising, so. Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. All right, we appreciate it. Thank you too, Louis. Mr. Grayson Shepherd? And before you stand up, I want to, we changing the name, is that what we're doing?
We're changing the name, but.
I know what all that's about, but go ahead.
It's a DBA. I'll explain it to everybody.
I know more than I need to know about that.
Yeah, so here's one for Michael, you've got one, I got a couple extras there. So yeah, we're changing the name, it's been the RCSC, it will still remain the RCSC,
Yes.
but just to make it a little clearer,
Yes.
we're doing business as the Apalachicola River Counties Alliance, ARCA. Makes it a little simpler,
Yes.
since riparian counties could be the
Yes.
Swanee River.
Yes, it
So
could.
we're the Apalachicola River Counties Alliance, so,
Okay.
all right,
Good.
got through that. Just for an update, I know Odyssey went up to the Albany meeting, but the Corps of Engineers is doing an environmental assessment right now. It's supposed to come to a close in March of 2027. So a little less than a year from now is when they're going to decide what they're going to do. But I want to explain this little graphic I gave you. This was done by John Albert. He's with the River Keepers. He's actually in the room here today. If the Corps of Engineers dredges, they want to maintain a river depth of 7 to 9 feet. Right now, as it stands, by releasing water, that the river level comes up, and they'll have that 7 to 9 feet. The key word there is navigation. Navigation does not mean dredging. It doesn't require dredging. Navigation just requires the water level to be deep enough for these barges to get through. The Corps of Engineers likes to control the water. If they dig the ditch deep, they don't have to release as much water, because they've already got their 7 to 9 foot ditch through the river. So ultimately what we're looking at is the Corps of Engineers does not really want to release the water. They want to keep it up there for Atlanta, Georgia. Bottom line is where it's at. Now, the Corps of Engineers really doesn't care about our oysters. We've understood that, and just want to know that releasing more water is going to help our oysters. So whatever we do to kind of make sure that we can get more water is going to help us all out. Now, the key thing here with Franklin County and with the Corps and all the counties along the way is the spoil the deal with removing the spoil. Right now, the Corps of Engineers is planning on taking it at least 10,000 feet away from the riverbanks, wherever they do dredge. The sand's going to be used for other purposes or whatever. Right now, they've been dumping it along the riverbank, and everybody understands how the sand's getting back into the river and flowing into our bay, and it's causing problems. So that getting it 10,000 feet away is key. The problem with Franklin County is the eastern riverbank is owned by the federal government and the state of Florida. It's Franklin County, but we don't own the land. The only part of the land we do own is south of Pinhook, basically 6 miles between here and just above the river trestle. The western side of the bank, above that, is Gulf County. So unfortunately, we don't have a whole strong leg to stand on when it comes to where the spoil is going to go in Franklin County. Gulf County controls, like I said, the western bank. The state and the feds own the eastern bank. So it's pretty imperative that we really stay close with this ARCA, with these other counties, because they do have pull with the Corps of Engineers as far as where that sand goes. And that's what the Corps of Engineers is aiming at. That's their key agenda for this environmental assessment, is where that sand's going to go. And like I said, we don't have a strong leg to stand on as Franklin County. So collectively, you know, not that this is an action item, but we really need to stick with the other counties. It's imperative, because it looks like the Corps of Engineers is going to try to break us apart and go to each county commission with some kind of proposal that might benefit us, but not everybody else. And they might get a proposal that benefits them, but not everybody else. But if we can stay together, unified, we're stronger. So we're not at that point yet, but just down the road, you guys really need to understand we've got to be team players with the other people, because they've got a little more pull with the Corps than we do right now. But back to the word navigation, it's a double-edged sword with this. They've already fixed the locks at Jim Woodruff Dam, and they're working their way on up, basically to get the Eufaula. Once they do that, we're going to get more recreational traffic. There's going to be boats coming down here, and that's going to bring dollars to Apalachicola. The barges carrying stuff, that's not going to affect us one way or the other. They're not going to stop and get fuel. They're not going to stay at the hotel. Those guys are traveling on through. But if we do get the river opened up to where people can come down from Alabama, they're going to be bringing their houseboats, bringing their jet skis, things like that. They'll stay at the hotels. They're going to hit our restaurants. So I want everybody to really understand that navigation is not a bad thing. So if it involves dredging, and if you look at the little graph, and this is those quotes at the top are from the Corps of Engineers. You can read what they say. Bottom line, if they dredge, they only have to let 9,300 cubic feet go through the dam to come down here to us. If there's times of really low water, they'll have to release water to get the ditch deep enough for barges to come through. So when we're extremely dry, it could be a good thing that they have to release water to keep the ditch deep. But if there's no dredging, they're going to be releasing more water to keep the river deep enough for navigation. So pretty much that's it. I've got some good news, just because, I don't know if you looked at the news, but their El Nino that's coming this summer is going to be record-setting. And what that means for us is probably lower chance for hurricanes, which is going to be good. And it also means more rain probably in the fall and the winter. So we're looking like we might be coming into a good wet winter. Knock on wood, we can hope for it, but right now that's what it looks like. But that's pretty much all I've got to say, unless you guys have any questions for me. You know, I'm going to the meetings.
Yes.
I'm
No,
talking to
and thank
people,
you for that,
doing what
Grayson.
I'm supposed to do for you guys.
Thank you for that. So I'll say this. You know I 100% respect you, but I disagree with some of the stuff you're saying. I think part of the problem you have is when, in the current state of the river, if you let water loose, the complaint from the river keepers and other organizations have been that it's killing fish because it's putting fish up on the edge of the banks. That's because the river is filling in from where it has been historically dredged. So yes, they do need to turn water loose, but they haven't been turning water loose at all. That's the reason we've been seeing what we've been seeing in our bay. Historically, part of the outcome when this Board of County Commissioners actually sided with the Riverkeeper on a lawsuit that was done before I ever got in this seat. The result was they stopped dredging the channel. Now, yeah, there's stuff they need to do. They need to do it better. I do think Franklin County needs to leverage the fact that the state owns so much of our property and demand our legislators to help us get sites so that spoil can be properly disposed of. But if we don't get the Corps in there dredging anything, everything that's there is going to stay like it is. There's no way to address it without them being there. So I do think it's harder for us, but as far as us being engaged with and playing along with everybody else, we have the organization we've asked you to be a part of, we've given them money for 12 years now. We've been at the table. We've been a part. We've not tried to be separate. So, you know, but I do think that navigation does need to happen. It's going to come from dredging. And I know for a fact when they were still barges coming down the channel, I helped fuel them at Jimmy Cantor's dock. So it's a farce to say that you're not going to get anything else but kayaks and sailboats. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You know, I just disagree with that.
No, that's fine.
But I
stand,
appreciate
I'll
you
accept it.
100%,
Nope.
and I'm not bad-mouthing you at all. I thank you for volunteering. That just shows how complex this issue is. Because at the end of the day, we have to find a way that everybody kind of gets what really needs to be gotten. But I'm still of a mind, if we don't get them to do any dredging at all, everything that they've done wrong in the past will never be able to get addressed.
Right.
That's one of my concerns.
Well, and I do want to
so-
state, I mean, the ARCA, ARCA,
Yes.
is definitely, we're not against dredging. We're not against navigation. you know,
I've
as a
talked with
group.
Mr. Ken at length.
So
Trust
you
me, I
know, it's not like we're doing one side or the other.
Yes.
We kind of just want what's best
Yes.
for Franklin County,
Yes.
really.
We all do.
That's what
We all do.
that's where we're all at with this, but.
Yeah. But I think part of it, if I don't see I could be wrong, I don't see the Corps, if they're not going to do what they want to do, I'm telling you right now, I've been dealing with it for a little while, they're not going to do anything we want them to do.
Oh, I know.
That's just the nature of the beast we're dealing with, so.
And I'm afraid
Just my thoughts.
No, and I'm afraid they're going to do what they want to do.
Probably.
Pretty much regardless.
So hopefully all we can do is keep pushing from enough angles to actually get some of what all of us know needs to be done at the same time. That's all we can do.
Okay. Anybody else had any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I do have something to say on this, because I've been one of the ones that's been, get the dredging back, and I don't have any issue with the dredging, but I want to know the facts of what I'm looking at. And for the longest I've had that, and y'all heard me say it takes water to float a boat.
Yes.
Well, I figured out that, you can still float a boat without releasing water. You just dig the hole deeper.
Yeah.
And that's basically what's going to transpire here. I did talk with Attorney Schuler, and I don't know if you had time about what's the terminology of the water manual? What?
Water control manual.
Your water control manual, thank you.
Of the United States, yeah.
That, from my understanding, and you may want to clarify this for me, but if they've got enough water to navigate, they don't have to release. That release in that control manual is based on the depth of the water for navigation.
Yes.
So just hypothetically, if there's no dredging, they have to maintain a certain depth. They have to release, it's mandatory that they release water according to that manual. Is that correct?
That's the way I understand it, but no, I have not had a chance to pull up the water control manual and review it. My suggestion has been, and I'm happy to do if that's what the board wants, but was to have this county coalition actually look at the water control manual and see if there's something in there which indicates that the Corps has a pre-existing authority to reduce the water flows in the event of dredging. And I don't know the answer to that question right now. But that seems like it's at least a reasonable inquiry to begin with.
And the reason I'm asking or having this discussion is like I said before, I'm all for having commercial traffic or having traffic navigation back on the river. I mean, it's like Grayson mentioned, it's a two-edged sword, really. You're gonna have, it will bring some economic opportunity down to us. But then my bayside of the brain is, it's not gonna give us any more water that we dearly need.
So, I mean, again, I'm not opposed, but I'm kind of going back, looking at it through a different lens, if you will. I ain't gonna say I'm doing a 180, but it just, at first, I was under the assumption that we were gonna get water, but potentially we may not get any more water. We'll just get more boats or more traffic, which is fine. I mean, because we you know, we still have a local economy that would thrive on tourism stuff coming down. I agree with you. If Mr. Jimmy don't sell that fuel dock between now and then, we might be pumping some fuel. But I'm just saying, it's you know, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing. Excuse my language, but it's the way I kind of feel with it.
It truly is, and there's a lot of variables that are at play. There's a lot going on, and we don't know really. But by March 2027, there will be a decision made, and we're trying. The ARCA is trying to get a seat at that table with the Corps of Engineers as kind of as a stakeholder. We're not right now. There's other entities that are, so we're trying to get on there, so we can kind of have a little preview of what's coming down the pike.
Yeah.
So we're working on that.
That would be good, if that's possible to do.
Yeah, I'll definitely, I figure I'll probably come back to you guys in 2 or 3 months if there's something new, or if anything really important comes up that I need to bring to your attention, I'll definitely
Well, I
come
don't know
back.
there is, but if there's anything we can do to help further that conversation, to make sure that we have a seat at the table through that group, please let us know.
Absolutely.
We'll do whatever we can. We'll push every button and see what comes up.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, may I correct something you said about River?
Come on up here, sir.
Respectfully, I'm John Albert. I'm president of the board of Apalachicola Riverkeeper.
That's fine, Mr. Albert. Go ahead.
I'm new in the office. It wasn't a lawsuit that stopped dredging. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection in 2005 denied a permit to the Army Corps of Engineers to continue dredging. The Corps stopped in 2001, and they applied on their own because there was no traffic. Yeah, virtually no traffic by that time coming up the river. And what there was extremely expensive to move up the river. The Corps found it cost $30,000 a barge to move traffic up the river because there was so little traffic.
Right.
And because dredging cost so much. So what stopped dredging was that DEP decision based on the damage that the Corps had done to the river, its failure to correct that damage, and the terrible economics that underlied the whole navigation project.
Right.
So there was no lawsuit then. There is a lawsuit now by Riverkeeper. And it's been underway since 2017. It involved the state of Georgia, the state of Alabama. Florida did not participate. The county did not participate. And the goal of that lawsuit is to change the water control manual to force the Corps to release more water downstream. So we all want more water downstream. The question is how to do it.
Yeah.
That's all.
So yeah, my understanding, and that's fine, I'm fine with being corrected, but my understanding was before all that happened, that there was an amicus brief filed by the Riverkeeper. This board agreed to sign on to that amicus brief, and within the resulting years is when those decisions started being made. So whether that had a part of it or not, there was definitely discussions being had.
Yeah.
And there were people that were saying what needed to happen, what did not happen, and DEP sided with not happening. So that, maybe I'm drawing the wrong inference, but those are facts of what went on.
We have filed amicus briefs in various litigations. That's not being a party to the litigation. We didn't start it. We weren't a party to it. So it's really a friend of the court, and we have been that. But we did not start the lawsuit that stopped dredging. The DEP stopped dredging on their own.
All right, thank you, sir.
That's all.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to add, I would love for the Army Corps to present themselves at this meeting.
That would
I
be
would
great.
love for that to happen. I don't think it would happen, but
that would be
I would love
great.
for that to happen.
They're not that bad. I met some.
We'll need a few more deputies than
Yeah,
we have there,
Probably
but.
so.
All right, so Ms. Caroline, Ms. Stacy, I don't know which one you're presenting, but the floor is yours.
And no doubt, Caroline notified me that she is doing both ARPC items on your agenda.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you,
Good
Ms.
morning.
Caroline.
Good
Good morning. It's nice to be back here. And yes, I will be doing both agenda items, so I'll try to keep them brief, but definitely happy to take questions on either. So first off, I'd like to give y'all an update on the SHIP program for Franklin County. So I know Mr. Marone's been keeping you in the loop recently. We got tapped, I think it was around November, December last year, to come in and help with the transition with the SHIP program as Courtney was leaving. And we have been kind of committing ourselves in the last couple weeks to help y'all close out your old fiscal years for SHIP and get the program back on track. So I just wanted to give you a little update about what we've been working on and what we're going to be focusing on next. As far as things that have already been completed, we went back into your local housing assistance plan, or LHAP, for 2021-2022 to make some adjustments, basically to rectify some issues we were having with awards that were made, increase the amounts that were allowed for rehabilitation projects, for purchase assistance projects, and created a new activity under the rehab strategy to allow for the demolition reconstruction projects, and submitted that to Florida Housing Finance Corporation. That was approved. We're all set. Basically, that laid the foundation for us to be able to close out fiscal year 21-22. So that's what we're working on right now. We did have to move around some applicants between some of the older fiscal years to meet the county set-asides per the SHIP regulations. So that does mean we have a few projects, 3 to be exact, that are currently open or are going to have to be closed out before that fiscal year can be closed out.
Okay.
But we are working on that now. We're hoping to have that finished up in the next couple months at the latest. But we can keep you up to date as that proceeds. And then once that's closed out, we'll be able to jump into fiscal year 22-23. Hopefully also knock that out by the end of this calendar year and then move into 23-24. These are all kind of estimates for timeline. We'll be working as fast as we can, but as you know, with a housing project, sometimes you hit delays. We have to go through bids, so there is a kind of a timeline that kind of forms as it happens, but we'll do our best to keep things on track and set you up to start the next calendar year with a more recent fiscal year allocation.
Okay.
And to that end, one other thing that we'll be working on in the next couple weeks is submitting your new LHAP to Florida Housing Finance Corporation. Once we get that approved, the county will have access to more recent SHIP allocation year. I believe you'll have access to the 25-26 fiscal year, which has not been awarded yet to Franklin County. So we're just trying to get you back on track, doing the best we can. And I'm happy to answer any questions y'all may have about that.
John, any questions, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, I've got one, and if you can't answer, that's okay, Caroline. So obviously, you guys, I appreciate y'all taking that on. I know it was a big task. It's still a big task.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question, though, is you said you've got 3 projects to close out before we can move forward, correct?
Correct.
So the current applicants that we have with SHIP right now that have applied, I don't know how many there are total. Was there 18?
There's the waiting list, yeah, I'm not sure.
It's a very long waiting list. I think
Yeah.
it's actually closer to about 40 or 50 people who are on there right now, including folks who have been applying over the last couple of years.
So my question is when, for one, I guess, will those individuals have to reapply? How long are the applications good for?
That's a good question. So a good number of them have already reapplied. They reapplied when Courtney was running SHIP in the last kind of the, I guess, second half of 2025. So we do have some new applications for them. As far as other individuals, I'm not sure. We have to
Okay.
check. If their income qualifications hadn't been done, then we might be able to keep their application and just kind of move them forward in the process. The application tends to be just kind of basic information about themselves, and as long as none of the key items have changed, like they're still a homeowner, the property still applies, they're still, meeting the other eligibility requirements, they might be able to move forward with the old application.
Okay. And then my other question, I guess, would be, I know you've got the 3 projects that you're saying about 2 months that has to be closed out. When I guess the next question would be, we're looking at roughly, and I know timelines can be skewed a bit, 6 months to a year before these new applicants that are on the wait list will be able to know if they were approved?
It's hard to say exactly when. We do, so for fiscal year 22-23, as of my last check of it, there is still some space to encumber some additional projects. So we could potentially complete or help some of these applicants under that fiscal year, this calendar year. And there's definitely room under fiscal year 23-24. So I think some of these folks could be served by the end of the calendar year. And then it is a long wait list though. So it's not going to be everyone. We'll have to prioritize folks who are very low or low income just because of the set-asides and what has already been met or not been met. And then going into the future fiscal year allocation, we can see who's left and what we can help with.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I jump in a second?
Yes.
So I could tell you this, working with Caroline and Stacy, and even Michael Cheney up at the state level. So he did let us know, and I don't know once Caroline moves around for those 2 fiscal years that has to be closed out, that's really holding us back. He did indicate to me, it looks like from his first review, we're going to have to at least get 5 applicants that are very low in income. So that changes the waiting list to some degree, because you have to go and poll, yes, in order, but they have to be very low income. So I just want to be very clear, because some people are going to say, well, wait a minute, how did they get ahead of me? That's the problem right now. We have those set-asides that we have to meet. Caroline could probably rattle it off the top of her head. I can't, but I know we have to.
It's percentage.
Application. I think there's a percentage. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Of very low people. I don't know what that number is that we have to meet.
For
That
very
requirement.
low, I think it's, I want to say 60%.
Could be. Or
Yeah.
very low. Yeah, I'm not.
It's a big number.
So
It
I
is a big number.
just want the board and the public to understand. The state is telling us we have to meet that benchmark for very low income people to address them in some way. So that might present a problem. And Mr. Chairman, if you have any more questions for Caroline, the board doesn't. There are 2 items in my report I'd like to address.
Okay. Do y'all have any
quickly.
questions before we address
That
these
could-
items, Commissioners? Go ahead, Mike.
I'm even going to read them because basically you guys have had a chance to do that. Page 19 to the very bottom. One is we had to amend the SHIP agreement we had with ARPC to allow them to close out 21-22 and 22-23. What I'm asking the board, this amended agreement, try to make it short. So, with SHIP, you have admin money, but you have to use that admin money within 3 years. So 21-22, 22-23, that time has passed. So we could no longer tap into that admin money to have them close it out. So as part of the agreement, which Attorney Schuler, he reviewed the original one, so he's just going to review the new language that we're talking about here. I'm asking the board, as part of this motion, to allow me to pay them, and it's usually it's $35,000. It's only $5,000 for each of those years because most of the work was already done. They just need to close it out and file the appropriate reports. I'm asking for $5,000 per year, which would be $10,000, and that's paid out of professional services. I cannot tap into the admin money. Now, we don't lose the admin money. It basically goes into the grant money,
forward.
and it doesn't roll. It rolls into the grant money, and we
that
can
helps
use that to
assist.
build, yes,
Okay.
to assist someone.
Okay.
But that's part of the motion I'll be asking for in 1. And in 2, this is more information, the SHIP manufactured homes. We have finally gotten that issue straightened out for Smith and for Turner. So I'm going to kind of hand it off to Caroline because we've gotten to that point. I think I could, because she has to tell us which year to pull that money from, but we are ready to order. I'm just bringing back to you so you're informed, and I have on record that you were aware that it was a change, and we're going to order those 2 manufactured homes now. There is
Right
a
now,
third.
you're just asking for board action to approve the amended contract
Yeah,
contingent on attorney's review.
Contingent on attorney's
Okay.
review, yes, please.
All right.
So moved. Second.
Y'all literally did that at the same time, both
Yeah,
times.
that was pretty cool.
So a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Anderson. First time that's ever happened. That was like.
A lot of
insane.
firsts today.
Great mind, great mind.
Things alike, think alike, yes.
So, any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, go ahead, Michael.
And item 2, so that motion covered both 1 and 2? As far as
No.
you could, no, no?
I thought it was
That covered
one.
the,
One, could we do
Board-
two?
that covered actually 23B. Board action to approve the contract.
Yes.
The ship agreement
Okay,
contract.
and can we do B2? Which is about, it's bottom of the same page, Commissioner, very bottom.
Sounds like we're playing bingo in here.
I'm so sorry.
Be this.
You talking about the purchase of the mobile home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Croom,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward.
Like a raise.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
What else, sir?
I think that's it for SHIP.
All right.
I believe so.
We're good?
I believe
Okay.
so, thank you.
All right, Ms. Caroline, we're back to you.
All right, so on to the next agenda item, if you don't mind. I, on behalf of my colleagues Mary and Lydia, they found out I was going to be here today, and so.
Tag you.
She
Yes,
grew the
exactly.
short stick.
So I'm here to give an update, or kind of an announcement / update on a new project that we have at the Regional Planning Council. It's called the SS4A project, or Safe Streets and Roads for All. And I'm just going to read a little bit from this. But we're going around to each of our counties, because all 9 of our counties are included in this project area, to share that we are creating a regional transportation safety action plan for the 9 counties in our region. And I think since y'all were a part of the RRTP project, the Regional Rural Transportation Plan, you can kind of think of this as like a piggyback project. And so essentially, we are creating a regional safety action plan for the 9-county region. It's a project that's being funded by the U.S. Department of Transportation. And the goal of the project is to identify projects to reduce the risk of serious injuries and fatalities on roadways. Basically identifying high injury, high risk corridors throughout the region, and coming up with safety projects that could be implemented to address them. And the main thing to take away, though, from the action plan is that by creating one, we're essentially opening up a new pathway for transportation funding. In order to access funding that the U.S. Department of Transportation has for Safe Street and Road for All projects, you have to have an action plan in place for your county to prove that you're eligible for that funding. So we're trying to basically allow Franklin County, as well as our other counties who don't yet have an action plan, to tap into that source of money. So as part of this project, there is an engagement component. We'll be having a series of public meetings later this year, and we're also forming a technical advisory committee to more closely give feedback on the projects that are actually in the action plan. And I was told that for Franklin County, we already have 3 folks who have agreed to be on the technical advisory committee. Commissioner Jones, thank you very much. I saw your name as one of the members. We also have Ms. Teresa Segri. Seeger. Segri, thank you. Who is the transportation manager for the Franklin County School District.
Yes.
And we also have Ms. Sarah Quaranta.
Yes.
Okay. Who's the health officer for Franklin and Gulf counties. So we really appreciate that, and we'll be in touch regarding those. I believe our first technical advisory committee meeting is coming up on May 12th. And let me just see if there's anything else. Yeah, we will continue to keep you in the loop as we move forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that project to the best of my ability.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioner?
Thank you, Caroline.
Yeah. My pleasure. All right.
Thank y'all. Thank you for being here today. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Michael, before we go to the PZNA, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Yes, sir.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Next on our agenda is the Planning and Zone Adjustment Board report. Ms. Brooks?
Good morning, Commissioners. I just want to check that you guys can hear me first.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We will start with a commercial site plan. This is for 116 Otter Slide. This is a consideration of a request to construct a 2,544 square foot metal building consisting of 4 bays for vehicle parking, along with a 10 by 20 foot office space. The project also includes a gravel parking area and a stormwater management system in the form of a retention pond. This project is for a heating and cooling business. Property is located in East Point, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by TTA LLC. And this was a motion to recommend approval from the P&Z board.
Okay. Pleasure of the board or questions?
I so move to approve it.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Do we have any discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, Ms. Bree.
All right, now we'll move on to critical shoreline applications. First, we have 1150 US Highway 98. This is a consideration of a request to construct a 4 by 153 foot access walkway and a 8 by 20 foot dock. Property is located in East Point, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Jessica Williams, Edgewater Group LLC, agent for Gramercy Plantation Owners Association, Inc. This had a motion to recommend approval contingent upon removal of the old dock from the P&Z board.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. This is a community dock, correct?
It is.
Did we lose her?
Mr. Chairman,
I don't think Bree.
are you asking?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
Bree.
Bree.
Oh, yes, yes, it is.
Okay, all right. That's all, thank you. Yeah, I'm okay with that, Chairman,
Any other
thanks.
question?
This is the, okay, because I was trying, I should have probably called beforehand, but this is the dock, that dock was there before, did Michael take that dock out? And they're just trying, okay, that's
They're just
what I
trying to
thought it
rebuild
was.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, it's back there where the original dock is?
I
Yeah.
think so, yeah.
It's going to be,
It's in a slightly different area. Let me show
But-
you this.
But they're having to
aerial.
remove the old dock was the recommendation, though.
Exactly.
Right.
Ain't much to remove.
So they're still going to have one dock,
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
but they are moving, it's, how much further down is it, Ms. Bree? It is a little bit further now.
Right there at the.
I'm not sure exactly, but it's in front of the entrance.
Right.
So they said it's more accessible for
Right.
residents to walk down there.
Right.
They're gonna move the other dock?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think the other one was a little bit closer to the school or more to the east, Ms. Bree. And it was maybe, it's before you get to the curve anyway. So it's still in the same straightaway, but it was a community dock that you actually had to walk around and through the community to actually get to it. This one's coming out the ingress egress, so,
Right there,
There's a
laying
difference.
still, yeah.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, as long as no one else has questions or concerns, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion to
Second.
approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, Ms. Bree.
All right, next we have 1603 East Gulf Beach Drive, a consideration or request to construct a multifamily dock consisting of a 4 by 372 foot access dock, a 6 by 48 foot access dock, an 8 by 20 foot terminal platform, 6 2 by 20 foot finger piers, and 6 14 by 20 feet uncovered slips, 2 with boat lifts. Property is located on St. George Island, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by William Reed Hicks, Better Built Docks, agent for Grace Bay subdivision.
And how did the PZ&A board view this?
Oh, this was a recommendation to approve.
Okay. And is this also like, so it's for the subdivision, is it also like for the entirety of everybody that's there kind of deal?
It is a true multifamily dock. There are 6 lots, so technically they could build one dock with 12 slips, but they've chosen to do 1 slip per lot.
Right.
The 2 lots that are requesting boat lifts do have homes in progress, or it's 2 lots merged, so 1 home in progress. There is a cover letter submitted, I'll put it up on the screen, from the applicant stipulating which slip goes with which parcel ID, so it's in accordance with Franklin County's code.
Okay. Good enough.
Mr. Chairman, so moved to approve.
All right, so a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Second from Commissioner Amison. Do we have any discussion, Commissioners? All who are in favor signify by A. Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? All right, that is unanimous. Go ahead, Ms. Bree.
All right, next we have 2144 Highway 98 West, a consideration of a request to construct a 680 square foot single family dock consisting of 4 by 130 foot access walkway and 8 by 20 foot terminus. Property is located in Carabel, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Jessica Williams, Backroads Consulting, agent for William Fallon.
All right.
Exactly where is this located, Bree? Around the Great Wall or what?
I've got it pulled up on the screen. Let me know if you can see.
Yeah, that's where it's at. I thought
That's what it looks
looked
like.
That's what it looked like to me too.
The Great Wall?
Yeah, it worked.
I was about to say, I don't know if Bree might not know what the Great Wall
Yeah.
is.
I had no idea.
Where they're building that house at now. It used to be.
They're building a house.
They're building a house
Yeah,
on that.
they're finally building a house there, yes.
They're finally building a house
Yes.
after all these years.
Yes. So she's referring to the seawall that they have there, Bree, that seemed to be way above what needed to be, but you know what? It's lasted for decades. So they did it right.
What contractors was that? We might need their number.
Yeah, might need.
We've always called it Great Wall.
Yeah.
This is an unpowered dock?
Yeah.
Yes. That's correct, isn't it, Ms. Bree? This is unpowered, correct?
Yes, correct.
They're just asking for a lift.
Yes. All right. Did we have anybody make a motion on this yet?
No.
I don't think so. Okay, pleasure of the board.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, go ahead, Ms. Bree.
All right, next we move on to variance requests. There are 2 and they go hand in hand, but we'll take them one at a time. The first is 169 Campfire Lane. It is a consideration of a request to construct 225 linear feet of seawall to be placed above the mean high water line, but within the critical habitat zone, which is 50 feet from the mean high water line. Property is located in St. Teresa, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Erica Wywell, Moore Bass Consulting, agent for Richard Kearney. This was recommended for approval by the P&Z board. And on the screen, I've got a aerial image of the location of this. And once everybody's had a chance to look at that, I will flip to the actual plan they've submitted that shows where the seawall is going to be placed. And just so everyone is aware, it was clarified at the P&Z meeting that riprap is also part of this proposal. It's required in our comp plan, so yes, it is included. And I also have a photo of the current seawall that is there. This is what they're looking to expand on the far side of this photo.
Yeah, and this seawall is not going to be in the coastal construction, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's not. It is exempt from state and federal permitting, so this is just a Franklin County decision. Since it's in our critical habitat zone, we require a variance.
And you can see that it's already a rock revetment there, so, but did the planning and zoning voted for both of them?
They did. They recommended approval on both parcels.
Okay, thank you, Bree. I make a motion to approve 169 Campfire Line.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve 21A by Commissioner Sanders. It's seconded by Commissioner Croom. Do we need to have any additional discussion, Commissioners, or any additional questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. It's 5-0, Ms. Jessica. All right, go ahead, Ms. Bree.
All right, next we have 171 Campfire Lane. This is a consideration of a request to construct 225 linear feet of seawall to be placed above the mean high water line, but within the critical habitat zone. Property is located in St. Teresa, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Erica Wywell, Moore Bass Consulting, agent for Richard Kearney. It is just the parcel right next to 169 that we just discussed.
All right. Any questions, Commissioners?
I'll recommend motion to approve.
All right, so a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Amison and Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Bree?
All right, last we have a rezoning request. This is for 2323 Enabob Street. This is a consideration of a request to rezone the property from R1 Single Family Residential to R2 Single Family Residential Mobile Home in order to allow a mobile home to be placed on the property. Property is located in Lanark, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Patricia Lively and Julia Friday. Staff and the P&Z board both recommend denial on this request, and I believe the requested motion for today is just to schedule a public hearing on this one.
So today, we're not looking at a rezoning request. They're asking for a public hearing.
I believe that's the way it works.
Yes.
Okay.
You're correct, Bree.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And with advertising dates, I did take a peek at those and to see when we could get the ad placed. The earliest meeting that this could go on with it advertising for 10 full days would be at the June 3rd meeting.
Okay. Well, I would defer to the rest of my commission here as to about the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board? To grant the request to have a public hearing.
We have to comply with that because they're requesting it, so make a motion to approve a public hearing concerning 2323 Enabob Street.
Second.
Lanark.
So we have a motion to approve, go into a public hearing by Commissioner Sanders. It has been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion?
Excuse me.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right. Anything else, Ms. Bree?
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. All right. Mr. Morone, is Ms. Angela appearing via Zoom? Or?
She should,
Okay.
yes, she would be appearing Zoom. Let
All
me
right.
see if she's there. And her mic is unmuted, so yes.
Okay.
Hey, Angela.
Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I am here this morning to present the new Citizen Serve public portal. I have logged in as one of our regular contractors that has a lot of permit files in their account just so that you can have a better view. So when you first log in, you'll notice this.
Hey, I'm sorry, Angela. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you haven't shared your screen yet, so.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So when you first log in, you'll see this pop-up on the screen. And before I go any farther, I want to go ahead and note that most of the things that you see can be changed. So if you see something that you don't love, let me know and we can see if we can tweak it. So then I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. The first thing that you're going to really see pop off the screen here is this public notice fraud alert. This is something that we put on here months ago because we were having some issues with fraud, some emails going out and some folks making payments that they really shouldn't have. And this was the best solution to get that information out there to hopefully avoid people making payments that they didn't need to be making because it wasn't coming to us. So we left that on there. That size, I was trying to get it reduced, but that's as small as we could get it for now. We can maybe change this to be a part of that pop-up somehow. If you guys want to give me some feedback on that, that would be appreciated. Moving on from there, you'll notice that these tabs up here at the top have stayed the same, and the information over on the left-hand side here is also the same. We're going to scroll on down. We've got an announcement up here that notes the changes in the development process where they go through the planning and zoning department first. This is just to kind of let the public know what the process looks like so that they're not completely lost if they've never gotten a permit with Franklin County. Moving on down, we've got our quick links here. You can go and view your active request. And then you're going to see everything. So this is the list of everything that's under review for this user. You can also go into issued and see what's been issued, and so on and so forth. Back. You can go to inspection request straight from here. So you don't actually have to go into a permit to be able to request an inspection now. So here we're going to just type in the permit number that I have ready. And then our permit pops up. So from here you can choose to go into the permit to see all the permit details. That would be like if you're not certain that this is the right one, for example. Or you can just go straight to request an inspection. And then from here you just go and pick the one that you want. And you pick the date that you want. And you can type in a gate code or a key code here. If you want to, notice there's not a red line over here, so it's not required, whereas these are required fields. So if you don't have anything that needs to go there, you can just hit submit.
That must be that fiber optic.
Yeah, must be.
And then you see where your inspection has been requested. So you hit OK, and then it actually takes you into the permit where you can go into the inspection tab here and verify that. I'm sorry, it's going very slow. And where you can verify that it has been scheduled. So I actually scheduled this one and it was already scheduled for next week, so I'm going to cancel that. And now it's gone. But you could also go in and reschedule from that same area. Super easy to use there. Does anybody have any questions so far?
Any questions, Commissioners?
And Commissioners, understand that this was driven, especially more, I give Commissioner Ward the credit for wanting to make sure we get something really easy, really simple for the public as they use that application. Keep in mind, this application covers your billing department, zoning department with permits, and then now, which you'll speak to in a minute here or two, and then it will cover the code enforcement too, application.
Yes. So moving down, we've got our navigate our departments. This is nice because you can click directly into any of the departments, or you can go directly to an application from here. So it's very user friendly in that regard. And this is under the My Account page, and go into the home page The homepage is more designed, it's a very similar layout, but it's more designed for folks that do not have an account. So this is what they would log in and see. It's the same basic layout, you know, with the quick links. They look a little bit different, but same basic layout. Again, everything is clickable, so you can go in and navigate each department independently. When you go into the department, of course, that page is going to be specifically things that that department can help you with. Let's go back. I wanted to make sure to bring your attention to the search feature. You can go search. I'm going to go use that same permit number again. But I'm not going to use the whole thing. And, oh, it's not going to work for me this time. It worked for me yesterday, sorry. So, what it's supposed to do here, so there's some glitches still, as you can see. So what it's supposed to do is pull up any permits that have this included in the permit. So it would include the 341 number, but it would also include any other that that end in 3 with 2 digits, you know, like anything in that 300 series that end in 300 and something right there. So that's how it's supposed to work. We are still tweaking some things with our search feature, but it's a really nice feature. You can also search by address. I don't know. I think I'm having internet trouble. Are y'all hearing me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so we're going to move on to reports. This is a really great feature. So you can go in and search permit report. So we're going to just pick, let's pick May to date. And we're not going to pick a permit type. We're just going to see what everything we have for the month of May. And then you see, when you do that, you see everything for every department. So building, zoning, and my guess is code enforcement would also be included in this list once it's live. It's just not live yet. So that's a really nice report that has all the, you know, the quick access permit details. But if you wanted to like focus in on a particular permit, it's clickable right over here. You just click right into that permit number and it brings you to the permit where you can then view all the permit details. So moving back to the reports, I like this contractor search is very nice. So if you click into, you can choose any contractor there, hit submit. And then that's going to populate all of the building contractors. So this is contractors that are licensed as building contractors in the state of Florida that's registered in Franklin County. So this is going to include their contractor, all of their name, the business name, address, phone number, and then it also includes these details over here, which gives you access to be able to look up, you know, like with DBPR, if there's any complaints or anything, you know, just good information to be able to have on that. It also has the ability to download and print right from the screen, so it's just very user-friendly. From there, the last thing I want to bring to your attention on here is the contact tab at the top. We can customize this to include any number of resources, but I've got some basic ones in here that we use all the time. I still have that placeholder there for code enforcement. Some of this was outlined before some changes were made. So we've got like the Sheriff's Department for 911 addresses. We might want to tweak that a little bit so we include, you know, maybe 911 addresses and code enforcement under the Sheriff's Department, for example. We'll just have to look at that. We have direct links to the Clerk of Court and the Road Department here for if someone needs to reach out to the Road Department for a driveway permit, for example. So Anything else that you can think of that needs to be included here, I'd be happy to add. We've got like the water and sewer districts for all of Franklin County here, I believe. And any other resources that would be helpful for users, I'll be more than happy to add in there. Oh, and I wanted to also mention the portal has been checked and verified for ADA compliance, and we are in compliance with everything that we have, all the changes that have been made. And I just want to put out there that our goal is to always make the portal as user-friendly as possible. So anyone that has any trouble navigating the portal, if you'll reach out to the department that you're trying to work with, whether it be the building department or planning and zoning, if you let the department know where you're struggling, we can either help you through it, or we can put a ticket in if the problem is something that needs to be fixed. And that's all I have on this, unless you have some questions that you need clarification on.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
I do have a quick question on as far as this goes, Angela. When you are accessing the portal and say you want to look up a permit, do you have to have, I know you mentioned you could navigate to a certain menu, but you don't have to sign in. You can still look up a permit without having a username and password, correct?
You can. Unfortunately, it won't let me do that right now because I'm logged in as a user.
Okay.
But yes, you do not have to have an account. You do get more details. So for example, if you don't have an account, you don't see all of the document options. You can't click into the documents. But you can see, I think, everything else. So all of the basic permit details you see, you can't click into the documents and view those. So by creating an account, you can then see everything that we see basically.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else?
That's good. Thank y'all for working on this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. Superintendent, I want to clarify something. The part for the building department, that's just like for checking permits that have already been submitted or permits that are already underway or updates on permits. That is not a place I can go and actually apply for a permit, is it?
You absolutely can. So under building department, you can click into building department right here, or you can go apply for a building permit directly from the home page.
Okay.
You can do existing applications or open permits that you have. So this will show you everything like we had done before. So this will show you everything that you have. But you can absolutely click into that, apply for a building permit. It's going to take you right to where you go apply. Again, I'm seeing a glitch here that I didn't notice before, so I'm going to have to tweak this. So that I'm glad you asked that question. So now I can approach that. So I do realize anytime you have a new rollout like this, you're going to have some glitches that you have to work through. So that's what we're working on right now.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking that, if there's any way to incorporate it, when whatever that drop-down menu is going to look like. So I'm trying to apply for a permit to put a shed at my property. I think it also needs to be incorporated there because I noticed the driveway permits seem to be separate. I don't want to get lost in the shuffle. So anything that they can apply for a permit or need a permit for needs to be in one drop-down menu is my concern. I'm good with it being there and I'm glad it's there. But I think it needs to be incorporated in any and every permit that you can apply for should be in one drop-down menu.
Okay.
That's my only
so
observation.
We do have that within, so this is specifically for the building department.
Right.
So if you want to go apply for a planning and zoning permit, you can do that here. If you want to apply for a building permit, you can do that here. So they are all available through the same program, through the software.
Right.
But now we do not.
On the page you're on, though, where's the driveway permit?
The driveway permit is not included in Citizen Serve because it's a different department.
Well, you
So
clicked
as
somewhere a
of
while
right
ago that
now,
was
we
theirs
don't-
while I was
I
asking.
think she went to,
Went to contacts.
To a different site?
She went
Yeah,
to
she went to
contacts.
Because I seen it, that's why I was,
Yeah, she went to
Yeah, at the
contact.
top.
my
And-
bad,
Yeah.
okay,
That's
And I
over
think-
here in contacts.
yeah.
And it,
And that, we provided that, as a resource for them
Okay.
to be able to quickly find it when, you know, if they call in and have questions. But it's not something that we can incorporate right this minute.
Okay.
But there might be a way that we can have that conversation with CitizenServe if everybody would like to move in that direction.
So,
So that we can have that
Yes.
all available through CitizenServe. We can certainly explore that.
so I think it'd be smoother, just it was observation, if it were set up on the first page, you're applying, if we're doing a permits thing, section of it, the first page you click on, I want to get a permit, then it asks you enough questions to know kind of what you're trying to do, and it would say, okay, you need to apply for these 3 permits. One's zoning, one's a driveway permit, one's, you know what I mean? That's, if we're gonna have it where it's online and accessible, it kind of needs to inform people of what they're really gonna need. And if we can't do that, then we're still handicapping ourselves.
And
It's
that-
my only observation.
Yes, sir, I understand what you're saying. So that's one reason that I put this announcement here.
Yeah,
So that it does let folks know that they have to go through planning and zoning
Right.
first. I think that planning and zoning requires the driveway permit, so they would be informed that that requirement
okay,
is required at the first step.
yep,
But if you feel like this language needs to be modified somehow, we can try to figure out how to approach that.
Yeah.
The only thing is, every project that has lot coverage change doesn't necessarily require a driveway permit. Sometimes they're adding a shed or a swimming pool, and so that would not, they already have a driveway that wouldn't require a driveway permit.
right.
So that's why I didn't include that here, but if you see a way to do that, we can certainly have that conversation.
Yeah, it would, so it'd be, if I was doing it and I'm going through, that could be one of the questions it's asking me. Are you gonna need to install a new driveway to have access to your shed? And I say no, well, it don't ask me for a driveway permit.
I think
That's
we're-
all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're bordering, I'm sorry, Angela, I think we're bordering, and don't kill the messenger for the message, but we're bordering on AI, incorporating AI into some of what we're asking for. So basically, when you say what you want, AI will say, okay, well, here's the things, tell me what's
No,
yes,
not
what's
really.
no.
I mean, you could do that, that'd be easier.
Yeah.
But no, not really. So if I'm working at my job and you call and you want to know that you want to do X, Y, Z, you want to get a propane tank put on your property. I have a set of questions to ask you to make sure what I need from you and what you need from me. And so what I'm saying is incorporate what those questions would be into the software. So there shouldn't be, there shouldn't be a thing later that there should have been 5 other questions asked that weren't asked, and we got to readdress those.
Yeah,
It should be streamlined. That's really what I'm trying to get at.
and
I can answer that. We do have that as part of the application process. So there is a checklist for both planning and zoning and building departments that outlines whether or not, you know, you need a driveway permit, when it would be required. So that there is a clear explanation of when that's required to the applicant.
And
So
I'm not hung up
they-
just on driveways, I'm talking about permits, period.
yeah, and what I was trying to say, so the key is what you said, Mr. Chairman, is that when they call you, you have a set of questions. But if you're asking the software, if you're asking it to be face front, that they can log in and not speak to a person, but get those questions answered. That's why I say you're actually starting to, because you're asking the software to think through a process for you to determine what you may or may not need, and it's based on questions you answered.
You're given a set of variables, either yes or no.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
You are.
But you're asking it, if you say no here and yes here and yes here, here's where I need to direct you. You're asking the software to determine, based on what you check yes or no, here's where I need to send you next.
Yeah.
It's like an
You see-
algorithm.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about with starting to border.
But it should be a checklist that we should already have.
They do. That's what Angela was saying. There's a checklist embedded in the application, but that's when you get to that point, you know? If you're asking it to be front-end loaded here in the public portal, the first page, we're
So-
asking.
But if you do it, if you wait till the checklist is last, stuff is going to get missed.
I get you, but a checklist is on the application when you first have to fill out your application.
Yeah, on that particular
Given
application.
What you,
But if I need a different application, it's not necessarily going to tell me on, if I'm doing something for my shed, it's not going to be necessarily addressing the driveway currently. It doesn't mention the driveway. The two aren't attached. There should be a normal process. Okay, if you want a propane tank, so what are you going to have on gas? What are you looking for? So we can talk about what size tank you might need. Okay, you're located in XYZ area, your tank's actually going to have to be buried. Are you good with the tank being buried on your property? There's a logical set of questions to ask to
My
get
point
the
is,
answers.
the questions that you're talking about for the gas, is a person answering the questions or is software answering the questions?
It doesn't matter. If you load that question into the software, I'm answering yes or no. It doesn't matter. There
okay.
still should be a normal, standard operating procedure. When I take a phone call and somebody's wanting to do X, Y, Z, okay, are you looking to build? Do you have to rezone your property? What are you looking at? What do you know that you need? From here, this is what I can tell you.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but
Yeah.
the key difference is what I'm trying to explain, and maybe I'm explaining it wrong. When you take a phone call, so you're talking to a person that's going to pull up the checklist and go over that checklist with you as you try to determine what you need. And I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking for. If you're asking for that, for the software, if they log in and you want them to click and get questions answered for them without talking to a person, that's where, again, what Commissioner Ward said in AI is going to have to play an interactive part with that. That's all I'm saying. Because like Angela said, they have that question list, they have that list as part of the application. So when you call and you talk to somebody, they're gonna go over that list with you, sit down and say, okay, you're gonna need this, not this, like Tammy in the zoning department, I've heard her so many times, she's at the window, she said, okay, you're gonna need this, tell me where you are. Okay, you're also gonna need this, you're not gonna need it. So they can do that as humans.
So you're not going to be able to make a software that's going to accomplish any of that.
Oh, I'm not saying that we can't, I'm just letting you know, we're gonna get to the point of
You're not.
where we're gonna ask them to ask AI. AI could do a lot more than you think they can, but anyway, I just wanna make sure that you understand
No, I just
where I'm
wanna-
coming from.
What
Yeah.
I'm trying to prevent, and the only reason I even bring it up, because we were asked to have input.
Yeah.
The only reason I bring it up, what I'm trying to prevent is the same thing I've heard for 9 years now. That I've either talked with, and some of it could be the fault of the people, I'm not saying it's not.
The applicant.
They've talked with our building department, our zoning department, or both, or all three, whatever. This is their sixth conversation, and they're still told they have 2 more permits to fill out. There should be a checklist. This is what you're doing, start here, fill it all out. If there's something we don't need, that's fine, but this is all you're gonna do. There should never be a time to come back to say, you got to do this also. Now you also need to do this. That's what
I hear
I'm
you.
trying to do.
I hear you.
That's what
What-
I'm trying to do.
what
I
I-
would rather people fill out permits they don't need
Yeah.
than to come back and say there's something else you do need,
What I
that you
want
haven't
to
done.
ask Angela to do is send you a copy of the applications that include these checklists, and then we can have another
That sounds
conversation
good,
of, what we could put on the
Cheers for
website.
input,
or
that's
what
all
we
I was
can't.
doing,
No,
Michael.
I mean, that's good. That's what we want, to make sure we get to the point that we're serving the public in the most efficient way possible. That's what this exercise is all about.
Mr. Chairman, I think that will cut down a lot of confusion because, and aggravation, because these people going back and forth trying to get these permits, and then you tell them, well, you got one more permit to get.
Yeah.
You know, it gets them aggravated, and they get mad at us, too.
And the chairman is right too, Commissioner. Sometimes it's the applicant, because I could go to Erica in there and she will say, okay, Michael, here's the email trail. Well, I told them what they wanted, but they kind of pushed that to the side and they just answered what they wanted to answer. So you're right, Commissioners, you're right. It's on both sides, And Commissioner Emerson is laughing at me, and
I was just saying, that's probably me. That's probably my email, but I got a question. Right now, Angela, and you might be able to answer this, but right now, if I went into the application right now, and like Commissioner Jones was saying, or Chairman Jones, but let's say, okay, I go in there and I want to put a shed in. Is there a feature in there right now that says, is there access to it? I mean, is there anything that would prompt somebody to go to a different
department on there to make sure that they're getting it done? Is that what you're?
Good question.
Yes.
And
I don't
that's,
think they're linked.
because we're not looking at an application form per se, but is there, any type of language on there that once they say, okay, this is the project I'm gonna do, this is what you may potentially need, X, Y, Z, and you can go in and say, okay, I've got access, don't need to go to the road department. Yeah, is that in the application process right now?
So,
Oh.
yes and no.
Okay.
I can't really tell you specifics on like a shed permit, for example, because all sheds don't require that. So we don't have like a standard, this is what's required for that. But if the shed is going to be put, because we get a site plan also. So when we see that site plan, when we do our initial review, when we very first get the application, if we see that they're putting in a new driveway, it's addressed immediately. But what I would like to chime in on, and I want you all to know, I'm very grateful for the feedback because it does help us to do better. I ask for feedback from all of our applicants as well. I've made some phone calls to some regulars just for that reason, because I know that they're going to give me that honest feedback, and I don't want them to sweeten it up. I want them to be genuine and straightforward and not worry about hurting my feelings, because the goal is to make this user friendly. Now, with that in mind, and I hear what you're saying about putting the driveway permit information up on the front page, but we also have things like DEP permits. We have lots of different types of things that don't apply to all of our applications. So we have such a huge variety of applications that range from something as simple as an electrical upgrade all the way to a big commercial, multi-building project. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, and the goal for the home page really is for it to be clean and help the applicant know where to go for the right application. And then once they have the right application, then we want them to have all the information relevant to their specific project.
So Chairman Jones, let me ask a question. I'm here thinking, would you like, I should ask the board, I'm sorry, commissioners, would you like a situation where, like you just said, you'd rather have them do more or know that more may be needed, like a worst case checklist on, like a link to worst case checklist for like different permits on there, where they can say, oh God, if I'm going to do this, I might need all these things. You may need all of these, and then they know the worst case scenario, and then it can be narrowed down when they have a discussion with staff. Would that help?
Yeah, so maybe we narrow it down this way, Michael. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I'm good with that. So maybe we narrow it down this way. Maybe we can come up with a more straightforward checklist.
Yeah.
For people that are either wanting to build a home, remodel a home, or those kind, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the things that are real common.
Okay.
And yeah, there's going to be different stuff, 'cause, there's going to be, different concerns depending where you're at. But I just don't, the few people that I've interacted with, and it's not been a ton of people, but the ones that have been were very upset over the years. They're building a home, and they seem to have multiple times that they're told, nope, here's 2 more permits you got to fill out. Nope, here's 2 more permits you got to fill out. It just, there's got to be a way, the things that are common should be a lot easier, is all I'm saying. There should be a straightforward checklist. And if that can be incorporated in the website, I think it'd be great. If it can't, I understand, because it might take AI to do it. I don't know, I'm not trying to replace anybody's job.
No.
That's not what I'm saying.
We are far from that.
You know what I mean? Yeah, far from that. But I do think if it's a normal, somebody's just building a house and getting a driveway, and it shouldn't be a difficult checklist.
Yeah, I got you.
That's all I'm saying.
I have an idea as I'm sitting here listening to your feedback. It might be a good plan to, here on the building department page, we could maybe include some of those checklists.
That's what I'm thinking.
Here.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting
Well,
at.
that was
Yeah.
going to be my question, is right now, if I went over to the building department and said, I want to build a house, y'all would give me a checklist if I'm not.
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, as we're discussing, I'm looking here on the
Yeah.
website. And I've got building permit application, there's a checklist.
Mhm.
Required documents, additional forms
Yeah.
for flood zones. So there
Well,
is a checklist, you just
Yeah,
have to.
and that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
In my train of thought, we've already got that in place. Why can't we just incorporate that on
The
here?
link. On the
And
website.
say, hey, go here.
Right.
Because I've got those
There's a
same
checklist.
calls
Yeah.
from people. I've been over here 100 times, and I called over there, and they were like, well, we gave them a checklist.
Yeah.
And they didn't check it off.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just think that'd probably be the smoothest way to do it, just
Yeah.
have that there first. Say,
And-
hey, look, go to this checklist. Before you even start filling this application out, go to the checklist, and then you'll know what you're up to.
You got a sense of what you got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Commissioner, I will say too, I do believe that the checklist is a good idea to know what people need and require, but let's understand also that this is gonna be a living, active, continual thing that we'll have to keep changing because, you know, the building code changes, we change our ordinances, our policies. So we need to make sure we have that where we have it updated periodically too. I'm sure there's an easy way to do that, but I do like how this looks so far. I know there's tweaks and stuff that will need to be made, but I do agree with the chairman. And again, it's all about streamlining, making everybody's job easier, not just the community, but our citizens, but you as staff and us as commissioners. So, because I use our websites a lot to go in and look for stuff. I did it yesterday looking for a permit that got an email about. But anyway.
Anyone else? Anything for Ms. Angela? Ms. Angela, thank you for this presentation. It is good. I should have started there. I wasn't meaning to gloss over it, but you asked for input, so.
Oh, no, that's fine. I really do sincerely appreciate the feedback. It helps me to tweak it and make it better. And, you know, we'll continually find things, different ways that we can make it better, you know, as time goes on. So I do appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, but no, what we have looks good. This is really, I think it really works. I think it's better than what we have had. So I don't want to miss out on that point because at the end of the day, we are trying to make sure that what we're providing for our residents and citizens is, you know, helpful, useful, and convenient. So thank you for that.
You're on the right path.
Yes, you're on the right path, Commissioner Anderson said.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Do you have anything else you want to update us on, or was it just the portal?
Well, yes. So, still in CitizenServe, the code enforcement software implementation. I wanted to update you guys on that.
Okay.
We were able to begin that implementation ahead of schedule. So we've kind of been doing that simultaneously as I'm also working on this portal. We're about 75% complete, roughly. We hope to be able to be live with software for new cases by June 1st.
All right.
That would be specifically for new cases that would be, you know, being opened after June 1st.
Right.
We will continue working on the older files getting incorporated into the software after that, and that'll kind of happen in the background. But in an effort to not slow down the go live date, we opted to just move forward and do that in the background. It won't cause any kind of problem with new files. It will just not be available through that search feature until after they're uploaded into that system.
Okay.
So do y'all have any questions on that?
No, I'm gonna let you finish with the code enforcement ordinance update, but I do have a couple of questions. But I'll let you do the ordinance update before that.
Okay.
You may answer my question.
Anyone else have any questions before we go on to the ordinance update? All right, go ahead, Ms. Angel.
All right, so on the ordinance, Commissioner Amison, Steve Patterson, and I have been working on this one, and I was really planning on letting Commissioner Amison take the lead on presenting this one, and if he wants me to chime in, I can, but...
You're doing such a great job, just keep. No, basically, we thought we were ready with something, and then on the recommendation from Attorney Theriak the other day, we've got everything. Let me back up. We've got everything pretty much narrowed down. Mr. Theriak recommended that after looking at it, he looked at a similar ordinance in Bay County that, in his words, has been battle tested.
Yes.
The Wacalla wasn't really battle tested, and so based on his recommendation, he said, let me get it, take a look at it, and kind of meld some of that Bay County stuff in there. That way, we get down the road, we go before the judge or whatever, at least we have something that's been battle tested. And it makes perfect sense, so we're waiting on him to come back to us, and then we should have this narrowed down. But we made leaps and bounds. And I will say, Ms. Lally has been the one that's really got out there and run with it, you know, as far as doing all the work, keeping me and Steve straight. You know that probably was a full-time job on its own, but anyway, that's where we're at. But we're there. I was actually wanting, after the discussion with the sheriff, me and Mr. Marone had, to be further, because the sheriff's ready, and we're ready for him to be ready and take it. But again, on recommendation from Attorney Theriak, we're, you know, and I agree, and I felt like y'all would have too. That's why I made the call with him to definitely let's find something that has been battle tested. So,
Okay. Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman, I do got some questions. So given that, for one, I do want, I know that we make policy and then the sheriff's office and/or Sissy, the code enforcement officer, is going to enforce it. But I do feel like our code enforcement officer and sheriff's office need to be involved also with trying to help with the citizen serve stuff, because they're the one, especially Sissy's going to be the one using it. She's going to be using the software. So I want her input allowed. She may have already been putting, giving her own 2 cents on it. But on another note, when is the, so I'm trying to wrap my head, and if somebody can help me out, please, how this transition is going to work. Again, we make policy. I know that we've got the Citizen Serve software. How is that going to transition, and when? I know we're still working on the policies, but when is this going to transition to the sheriff's office? And it's a follow-up question would be, I know that we're going to give code enforcement completely to the sheriff's office and Sissy under the sheriff, correct?
Correct.
So any code enforcement complaint, whether it be an RV on a piece of property or anything that is related to that, is going to be fielded through the sheriff's through the sheriff's office in Sissy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Anything pertaining to, say, like yard side debris on the side of the road that needs to be picked up, or illegal dumping, or anything with the road department that road has a hole in it that needs to be patched, that's going to be fielded still through our building.
To the county.
Zoning department.
To the county.
Right? And there's going to be 2 separate links, so we'll have an idea of if I'm, regular citizen on the street and I have a pothole in my road that needs to be repaired, and I go to the county website, it's going to specifically say, I'm going to know which link to click to file the complaint?
Yes. So
Okay.
actually, right now, Angela and Deborah Dempsey from the Sheriff's Department are working on language to put on the county's website. It should be up hopefully this afternoon or tomorrow, that says if this is a code violation, and she gives some examples. You click, the sheriff has created an email that will go to them, and they will check it on their end. He also would like them to call, or they can call 670-8500, the dispatch. At this point, the dispatch, and you jump in whenever you need to help me out here. So the dispatch would then create what in the sheriff's system, in their CAD system, that's their dispatch system, a case, and assign a case number. Now, this is where we're going to have to work with Citizen Serve. I don't know if CC would prefer to have one case number in the sheriff's system and one for Citizen Serve. We're building Citizen Serve for Sissy's use, basically is what it is.
Which is why I want her involved.
Well, she has to be, yeah.
been.
Actually, there's information that they've requested from Sissy that they want set up. So Angela and Sissy working with that with the young lady at Citizen Serve, can't remember her name. Anyway, so yes, so Citizen Serve will be separate from the sheriff's CAD system, but in a way there'll be concurrent information running simultaneously, because the sheriff wants a case in his system. Besides, because a case could be, you're right. So let's say somebody called, oh, there's a pothole the size of whatever on a certain road. They might, hopefully, if they go to the website, they'll see the difference when they go to send an email about that. And I just use pothole as an example. That should come directly to us, because then that goes to our road department, or it goes to Benny, with FDOT. But yes, so we go back to my original statement. We're creating language that both the county and Deborah, the Sheriff's Department, agree on. So when you click report a code violation, a concern, or suggestion, when you go in there, it's going to open up this page that tells you which email you need to send it to based on what your complaint.
Okay.
Will it be perfect, commissioners? No, of course not. Some people might still tell the sheriff he's responsible for the potholes somewhere else. Then it comes to us, basically, and we will handle that particular case. So where am I with answering your question?
No,
of
you
separation?
answered it. So my question, I guess, too, I'm assuming, like with the CAD system, and I'm not familiar with it.
Neither am I.
You cannot, you're gonna have, so, in other words, you can't use just the CAD system for code enforcement. We have to have citizen serve.
yes, we have to have-
Because there's certain things that need to be, that, in terms of paperwork for a paper trail, we can't have it in the CAD. We have to have it in citizen serve.
Yes, for the magistrate. If you're trying to build a case to bring to the magistrate.
Can't pull it out of the CAD
system
system.
can't do
Okay,
that, yes.
That's, I'm
Yes.
trying to wrap my head around how this is gonna work. And I
Yes.
know there's gonna be keys.
So how does Citizen Serve do it when you create a ticket? Does it automatically assign like a work order number or a ticket number?
It does. So what, that's one question I was sitting here thinking about. Sissy's gonna have to, so basically, does she want basically the power, sorry, whatever, to be able to insert her own case number? And is she gonna copy the one that the CAD creates? Or will she want to work with two separate case numbers?
So if Citizen Serve is creating its own ticket number,
Yes,
like I open up a case and I'm doing one for Ricky Jones,
yeah.
and I open it up and it gives me a ticket number, I think she can get that case number from the sheriff's department.
And tag it in the notes.
tie it to that work
Reference it.
order.
That's
And
what
if you have to, you can scan it and attach it to the
Yep.
document or to the, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And that way, that work order number references that case number.
Yes.
And vice versa. You know what I mean? So you can pull it by the work order and it'll show on the screen, case number so-and-so and so-and-so.
Yeah,
And-
this is where Sissy
yeah.
comes in, because, again, citizen service for her.
Yeah.
And let me say this, of course, the board, the public, they all want to look at the cases too. But this is where Sissy part comes in. She has to tell us what is more comfortable for her in dealing with the two systems.
Yeah, but.
Can I chime in?
Who was that?
That's probably Andrew Holt. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, look, from our discussion, the call's gonna come in, or the email, it's gonna come in, it's gonna start, and
At dispatch.
James, you jump in there. But it's gonna come in at that, so there's gonna
That's
be there's gonna be a case number.
Yes.
And then Sissy is going to get that case number, then she's gonna have to go into Citizen Serve. Start a case number there. Just like Commissioner Jones said, all you have to do is reference, whether it's a work order number or whatever, I mean, just a reference number from this CAD number to there, and now they both,
It all matches.
Yeah.
it all matches
It all
up.
matches
I mean,
up.
it's not,
That's easy.
I mean, let's not make this,
Yeah. Make it too.
yeah.
Mr.,
You're pretty much right, Commissioner Amison.
Say that again.
You're pretty much right. She can reference our CAD, because if it is called in and it goes through our dispatch, they will start a case number in our CAD system. And I mean, our CAD system works from dispatch, and then it goes into our RMS system, and it goes into other systems that we have, and it's good to be able to reference that, because just in case there is, something that on the criminal side we have to have.
And I will tell you this, Michael, if you'll remember, that's why the sheriff wanted it to come into the CAD.
Yes,
in our
that's
discussion
exactly
right
why.
there.
Yeah, because anything that comes through that dispatch is notating it in the CAD system, and that way if we need it for reference, we can actually pull it and get that information, addresses, person calling, whatever information we need demographically for our case, we can also, push it to Sissy for her information. But definitely,
Yes.
I'm not 100%, I've looked a little bit into that system, not 100% about it. I know it can issue the letters and things like that, but she should be able to reference our CAD number, and pull what she needs definitely before the magistrate or whatever.
Yeah.
There we go.
So,
And vice versa, she should be able to share her ticket number to match y'all's
Her
case
citizen
number.
serve.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yep.
So,
yeah, so I
shouldn't be
mean,
a problem.
I think I'll be working kind of close to her in all this, so we'll get all that figured out and
Cool.
get it panned down for y'all.
Yes, sir, thank you. Ms. Angela, do you have something?
Oh, yes, I wanted to chime in and just say the files in CitizenServe automatically get a file number. I don't know whether or not that's going to be able to be changed, but I did ask them about including that CAD file number as well. It seems like it's going to be set up such that it can be searched by either.
Oh.
So if you don't know
That
the
helps.
file number for CitizenServe, then you can search it by that CAD number, I believe.
That helps.
Okay.
And I also wanted to share, I spoke with Miss Deborah yesterday. I don't know how many people on the sheriff's department end are going to be involved in using CitizenServe, but we can set up one big training or we can set up multiple trainings. Anybody that needs a training on how to use the system, CitizenServe is really great about teaching and helping folks navigate through that system. So that will not be a problem for anybody that needs to learn.
Good, we're probably gonna need to do that. Good.
Including me.
I like the we.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, one more question. I believe, well, never mind. I just lost my train of thought.
Well, that happens.
Yeah. I'll think of it
All right.
tonight, about midnight when I'm asleep.
Text me.
Any other
Text
questions
all
or
of us and
concerns
make
about
Schuler sweat.
any of this stuff?
You mean it's not just me?
No. It's all of it.
Oh, I remember what it was, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Sorry. So June 1st, hypothetically, say we go live with
CitizenServe?
CAD, CitizenServe. At that point, it's gonna, and once we gotta get the ordinances, but at that point, is that when it's gonna be transitioned to the sheriff's office?
Actually, I considered we started on May 1st, on Friday,
Okay.
moving stuff over, just to be ready for when this other stuff comes online.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, okay.
Okay, I kind
'Cause-
of, if there's things to work out, I'd like to work it out before, everything else comes on.
And
Yeah.
And Michael, are we also planning to move all the current case data to CitizenServe?
Yeah, that's what Angela was saying. So to speed it up, we're going to have it ready for new cases. In the background, we're going to be migrating the information over from the current system that we have. Yes, sir.
And my main goal, Mr. Chairman, like I said, is I know we're gonna have multiple hands in a pot, but I don't
For a
want
while.
multiple hands in the pot. I want just as streamlined as possible where, James, or, I'm sorry, Captain Ham, or Sissy, or I
Yeah.
want everybody to just have one specific goal and not too many hands in the pot.
I
You know
got
what I
you.
mean? Because that's when things, because believe me, I've lived it. Being on the board 6 years, I've seen balls. I'm not saying anything negative about anybody,
Oh.
but I've had things happen
I've dropped a
where,
few,
you know,
Commissioner. I'm not ashamed
it's just,
to admit.
I know this is gonna have, it's a transitional phase, I get that, and there's gonna
Yeah.
be issues that are gonna arise, I get that. But I don't want a code enforcement complaint that happened a year ago, just starting to get moved on. I know we have processes, I get that, but I want it streamlined, and I want these cases to move relatively quick, and I know with the sheriff's office, it will, and with our staff, it will. But that's my whole point.
Okay.
I've got code enforcement cases in my district that have been ongoing before I was even on the board. And it's like, get it done, just
Yeah.
get it done.
Okay, we're good.
Well, I know we beat this dog today, but I will say this to what Commissioner Ward's saying. Especially given that conversation that we had, Mr. Morone, with the sheriff.
Yeah.
If any of y'all drop the ball, I sure feel bad for you.
Yeah.
Because you know how he is about that
Yeah,
stuff. So I think we're in the right direction.
I think I like the structure that we're heading into
Yeah,
better.
I think we're getting a good
Yeah.
direction.
Yeah.
All right.
And thanks, Angela, for all your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Angela.
Thank you.
Mr. Rome, before we go to your report, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Why not?
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're going to the county coordinator report. Mr. Morone?
Commissioners, basically, item 3 all the way to item 9, you can do in consent. It's basically on, it's, you know, a lot of administrative, the appointments, administrative stuff.
Okay, so from items 3 to 9, Commissioners, is there anything you want to pull to discuss individually, or are you good with doing them on consent?
I'm good with consent.
Consent over here.
All right, so I'd entertain a motion then.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve items 3 through 9 on Mr. Marone's report as consent items.
Second.
From Commissioner Croom. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion at all? All right. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Michael, let's talk about number 10.
Number 10, Commissioners, we just had a very healthy discussion about code enforcement. What I'm suggesting or recommended to the board is that the sheriff is doing code enforcement, and there's a question about code enforcement, a particular case or item, that we let his attorney deal with it, Mr. Aaron Way. And, you know, and let him assist Sissy with creating the cases that goes to the magistrate, you know, et cetera. Ethan, what did I say?
You said Aaron.
Oh,
You got
Jesus.
Aaron on the brain.
Yes, Ethan, I'm sorry. Ethan could kill me. Yeah.
Um,
The only thing I don't know his, whatever hourly charge or setup he has with the sheriff. That I will have to find out if you guys are interested in that.
Okay, so if we are interested, why don't we do this? If we are interested, why don't we make a motion for that engagement to be able to happen? So you can potentially bring back through Attorney Schuler
The specifics?
an MOU or what that would look like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we can know what we're approving. But yeah, so that discussion, maybe by motion and vote today, that we can allow that discussion to take
That you're
place.
interested. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was on the phone, Attorney Theriak and I, last week, I believe, and I thought of that question. I'm like, well, code enforcement is going to be on the sheriff, then shouldn't the sheriff's office attorney be responsible, you know, not, I'm just trying to, I think it would be more streamlined. And I think when the cases come up, he has, no offense, but Attorney Way has experience with, because he's a magistrate as well.
Good point.
For neighboring
His
county.
girlfriend is magistrate.
I just felt like it would be more streamlined. I'm all about streamlining processes and making easier for everybody. I asked Attorney Theriak that question, and we kind of bounced each other, and I talked to Michael about it. I just feel like, me personally, I feel like that would be a better
I agree
process
with
for
you.
our code enforcement.
Ethan is a magistrate. Good.
Yeah, Gulf
There
County.
you
I
go.
agree with you.
So,
So I'm okay. I'll make a motion to authorize, well, to
Negotiations?
the negotiation for that.
I second your motion.
All right, so we have a motion to approve, inquiring about this engagement from Commissioner Ward made the motion to approve, and Commissioner Sanders has seconded it. And then you can bring back something, Michael or Attorney Schuler, either one or both, to the board, so we'll know what we're looking at.
okay,
As far as, you know, dollars per hour, or what that contract might would look like.
works to me.
Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous.
And item 11, I'm going to let Commissioner Sanders, because they went to her first, and then she brought it to me, where the fire department wants to use a KOA, just for training, you know, how, it's enough room for them to roll out the hoses, you know, do some adequate training, but it is county property, and they were doing the right thing by asking permission through Commissioner Sanders. That's basically it.
Yeah, and I gave it to Michael. What they're wanting to do is there's some training that they need to do with the hoses and stuff, and if we can allow them to go in there and do that, there's a fire hydrant there that they can use, and it will be out of the way of the traffic coming through Alligator Drive. So they are just asking permission to go ahead and be able to use that particular area, and it's across toward the Gulf from the fire station there on Alligator Point. And they said whatever they had to do, whatever sign or whatever. And I got Michael to talk to
The chief, and you also got Howard to go down there. He met with the fire chief, and they figured a way to work it out
Yeah.
too.
I was going to ask that, Mr. Chairman, is it need to be mowed? Because last time I was out there, it was pretty overgrown. Do they have is it where they
If
can get out
need
there
it mowed-
safely?
Yeah, if they need it mowed, we'll get Howard to go down there.
Because I
and
don't
do
want
it.
them getting
Yeah.
snake bit or.
Commissioner Sanders,
In a tree.
where's this location at? From the old fire station?
Where the
or
new
one?
fire department is?
Yeah.
Across the road.
Okay.
Toward the water. All that in there, that's that KOA property,
I
and
got
the
you.
county owns it.
Okay.
And, so, they said it would just be better if they could go in there and run their hoses in there to be able to practice fighting a fire and all, so, that's the reason why I brought it to the board.
Well, I make a motion that we approve it.
All right. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, commissioners?
She may have already said this. Do we need to cut it or anything, or
That's what I,
level it?
that's what I asked.
Road
Yeah,
department.
Well, Howard was there.
Yeah.
He'll work with them, Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'll
he already
get
met with the chief.
Howard.
So, not that it matters, but I want to ask one question too. Is this are we doing like a one-time use thing or like in perpetuity? What are we doing?
For now, as they need it. I mean,
Okay,
if-
so they'll
if-
ask as they need it is
Yes,
what I'm
if you'd
asking.
like, I'll let
Okay.
him know to, make sure,
Just
send me an
notify-
email to
What
inform
I would
me.
do is do it to where they notify
Okay.
Michael, since he's the county coordinator. That way we're aware that they're gonna be using that part of the property.
Mhm.
But now, when the road realigns,
Yes,
they realize that that may cut what they want to do out.
yeah.
But we
Okay.
don't know when the realignment's gonna happen because
Okay.
we're still seeking stormwater permits.
Exactly.
So just for clarification, from this moment on, they're just gonna get with Michael, let them know what they're doing. That way, we're not having to sit here and put them.
That's
Exactly.
right.
That was my
That's
point.
right.
Yes.
We'll just
Okay.
go through Michael,
Okay.
and they'll just notify him.
Okay, all right. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, everything else is informational, unless you have questions for me.
All right. Do I have any questions at all?
I have one comment on 13, and that is about the, it's 14, the shared use trail project. I spoke to an engineer for Florida Department of Transportation on that situation about the shared use path that's supposed to be coming into Franklin County from Wakulla County. So if y'all know anything about it, that's on the Panacea side, on the Highway 98 side.
Yep.
Now, what I have been informed from that engineer was they have the money to be able to get the path over into Franklin County. But then after that, there is two projects, and it's on 98 to Hinton Street and on 98 to Lake Morality. Those two projects are just a pie in the sky, and they're looking at it. My one question with them, and I think this is going to be the majority of how people feel out there, is I asked them, are you all prepared to use eminent domain?
Ooh.
Let me tell you, you got to ask that question, eminent domain to do a sidewalk. And they said, no, the stipulation is that if they use the money for a shared use path, it cannot be through eminent domain. So that is completely off the table. I know a lot of people were worried about it. He said, she said, if the need is there and the people want it, that's talking about the two future phases, that they would possibly look at it. But right now, it's just in the idea making. But they do have the money to run it into Franklin County. And I'm assuming up to the 10 Mile Y there at summer camp.
Yeah, so that Sun Trail, they've actually got plans to run all the way to Pensacola.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But that's,
So it won't happen in our lifetime, but they're going to do that.
But one
So at the end of the day, if they, I mean, whatever's going on down there, if they don't want it, tell them to sit on these point. We want it down here.
Well, and that's what I was fixing to say. I was just trying to get all the information.
We want a nice path. We want something the residents can use. Well, I'm tired of seeing it in Wakulla and not having it in Franklin.
And nobody uses it,
Yeah.
too.
No, they use it.
I've
I see
seen
people
a
on it all
lot
the
of
time.
people walking.
Yeah.
But I got a question though, that's all within the state's easement though.
They said the only part that's gonna be a problem is coming actually through Lanark because it's so tight right in there. And I said, well, you know, they've got a power line back there, right of way back there. They may can use that.
They could.
That is just like from here to the outside door right there from 98. It's something that maybe, and it would go, let me tell you where it would go at. It would go on the back side of that property at Island View that we've got the north side of the road there. You see what I'm saying? So that was one of our ideas, if they ever put a trail, a road, or anything, that we, you know, that we could probably help out too with that north side of that property, Island View.
If you know, like whenever you go through Medart, then you continuing on 98. You know, there's a lot of areas right there where that trail is not really on the highway. They have to divert back off into that.
They do.
So-
They do.
And I'm assuming just, you know, well, I don't need to assume anything, but they're gonna, that whole system's gonna run into those little kinks where they're gonna have this wetland area, they're gonna have to go around, stuff like that, so.
But the main thing I was wanting to make sure is they wasn't gonna get the eminent domain part of it. But they said, that it had been approved for coming into Franklin County, and that phase has been approved with the money in there, but the other two phases, they're just phases. And, but anyway, they just wanted to be, Franklin County to be aware that there is gonna be a shared use path coming to Franklin County.
Will do. Anything else for Mr. Morone? All right. Michael, I have here on the agenda for Attorney Thuriak, does he have something to present?
Yes, he wants to remind the board of a upcoming public hearing.
Attorney Thuriak?
I was going to say good morning, but I'm late. Good afternoon. I hope you all are doing well.
Are we all late? Yes.
It's been a marathon. I have two items, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to chat. We need to do a public hearing on May 20th at 11 o'clock for Serenity Seaside. It is a future land use map at a time certain, so it's our regular meeting, May 20th at 11. The second item that I had on my list, it pertains to the landing at SGI, LLC versus Franklin County lawsuit, case number 2025-CA-00056, pursuant to section 286.011 sub 8 sub A. As the county's attorney in that lawsuit, I would like to have an executive session. We had previously set it and then postponed it. We would like to reset that and need your permission to do so, and then I'll get with Mr. Morone and find out a date that works for everybody.
Okay, so do we need to do that first item you brought by motion and vote, or we already done that? You were just reminding us of the date and the time, or?
The last board meeting, Mr. Morone indicated that you did not need to do a motion on the public hearing.
Okay, that's
for Serenity Seaside.
Okay, that's fine.
We had originally looked at trying to get it on the 6th, but this item needed to be heard by the LPA. So from a timing perspective, we needed to do LPA first, which is coming up, and then we'll come back to the county commission. The second one, I do need a motion to authorize the scheduling of an executive session in the landing lawsuit.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. That motion has been seconded by Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Crone. Any discussion, Commissioners? Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do y'all have any questions for Attorney Thuriak? All right.
I don't have any.
All right. So now we'll turn to the attorney in the room. Attorney Schuler, how are you doing today, sir?
I have no report for the board yet.
It's all good.
Well, Mr. Chairman, welcome back. We missed you. That seat sat
We missed
empty.
you bad.
Yes, thank all of you very
Not
much.
saying nothing about Attorney Thuriak.
Yes, thank you, yes.
I'm kind
Welcome back, Michael.
With open arms.
Here, you can have it back.
Yeah, I'll say, I thought I heard an undertone there.
He's like, good riddance, y'all.
All right,
It's
so-
been nice. I'm done,
So
I'm done.
nothing else on the attorney's report. I guess I'll go to commissioners' comments.
Mr. Chair, I got one thing here. Michael, I was going to ask you this. Thank y'all for working on the email conversion with Eagle Tree and
okay.
everything. How long is .com going to run in the background for us?
As long as we wanted to.
All right, so there's no end date right
Nope,
now?
there's no end date.
Good.
No end date. But they should be forwarding to your .gov.
.gov.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we will leave it in place.
Okay, good.
No rush to turn it off.
Just for the board knowledge, I did, spoke with Aaron about, had a fireman come to me about communication with Williams. And I ended up contacting Williams myself, and the equipment is up. And they had started programming, starting from the east end of the county, working their way back this way. So they are working on it, and I actually got a call from one of the firemen, say, hey, I actually heard a page today.
That's good.
So, just FYI. And also, in regards to the fire tower demo, they should be sending a quote to Aaron here soon. So,
Good.
and that's all I got.
And I know we're actively still working on some of the sites that are going to be involved. As a matter of fact, I was talking to Miss Aaron earlier this week about a site up 65 that somebody has reached out to us that they might want to sell to the county to be a part of that system. It's up at Pitts Road, across from Sand Beach, up 65. Well, I don't know the property owner's name. They were talking to Aaron.
Okay.
I just
That's
knew,
good.
I knew the conversation was going on.
Good.
Because we've been having difficulty getting other sites.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Imagine after that fire the other day up there
That-
too.
yeah, that probably didn't hurt.
Yeah, it didn't hurt nothing to have that, you know what I mean? And you hate for something to happen like that to show the people that's what they need.
Yeah, we
You're
need-
right, absolutely right.
We need a good communication system.
And normally that's what usually happens. It's something got to happen, you know.
Well, that's
as somebody
sad.
way above us, then
Yes.
stuff get done.
And I still haven't heard from Simon or Sheriff on the state property part, but anyway, we'll figure it out.
We'll get one up there.
Yes. Any other
Hopefully.
commissioner comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just
Yes.
want the public to be aware that hopefully Saturday, I know it's supposed to rain, but we're having the project graduation car show fundraiser for our seniors. I think it's a good cause. I went to project graduation when I was in high school. It keeps them safe from being on the road at night after graduation. They're locked into a building, they hang out, there's prizes, they have games. So we're trying to raise money for them to be able to do all of that. Sometimes you can win a TV. They've had TVs given out in the past. But anyway, I just want to let the public know it's going to be at Taylor's Building Supply parking lot. And it's, I think, from 9 to 3. So come on out and support our seniors, class of 2026.
Anyone else? Commissioner comments? All right, we're adjourned.